Well, for those of you here in the paddock with us and for those of you tuning in from live around the world, it's time for a night show. The final run through all the classes here after 3 full heat races have set the grids for main events for the Spring Roundup, the second round of the 2023 Texas Sprint Racing Series. A live look down onto the grid as the engines have fired and that little bit of smoke starting to pour out from underneath the overhang as the Royal Electric Micro Slips get set to go green. Emery, here we've seen quite a bit of aggressive racing. Another little powwow for those KA Seniors when they came in. Not surprising, though. This track is tight. It is built for when go-karts were a little bit smaller, so space is a hot commodity.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we've seen a lot of good racing this weekend, and really a lot of battles that have gone all the way down to the wire, including in this first class that we're about to see, the Micro Swift sponsored by Royal Electric. I mean, Colin Schingenberg has had to fight his way through a couple bad qualifying efforts, but the last 2-3 heats he was really quick. Guys like Tanner Barsh and Ashton Wyatt have been fast, and Cade Casper had to start at the rear for the last heat, so we'll see what he can do after an engine change here heading into the final.
Well, we only took about 15 minutes off there to quickly feed the hard-working Texas Sprint Racing Series officials and the NTK Track Club board members that have been helping out pull this event off. But lots of fun. You can see some volleyball in the background and the karts on the racetrack. It's Memorial Day weekend bash, and it's time to kick it off with the first of 11 run groups. Let's take it to the starting lineup here for your Royal Electric Micro Subdivision. Colton Schneegenberg, what a performance he's had through the heat races. He will get to start, I believe, from the pole on that team GWR Energy. He's been driving forward in every single heat. Now he doesn't have to do anything but just drive away. Tanner Barsh in the number 51 Beerlhart will join him on the outside of row 1. Cade Casper in that GFC Trackside Karting Services number 55 rolls off to the inside of row 2. Alongside him, fellow Houstonian Aston Wyatt on the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Beerlhart. Row 3's got Dutch Westbrook in the Kart Racing Solutions Tony Kart. Then you have the Performance Stop number 43 OTK of Andrew Anastasio and Marcelo Flores all bandaged back up after that big hit in turn number 2 on the final heat race. And that's your field as we get set to go.
Yeah, and already you can see getting set to go here, Colin Schingenberg as well as Tanner Barsh. We saw in that last heat a good 3-way battle between Schingenberg, Barsh, as well as Aston Wyatt. All of them very equal on pace. Barsh at one point looked like he was out of it, but ended up coming back to take the win. Here we go, though, in the main event. 15 minutes plus 2 laps is the distance here. So we'll get to see a long race for these Micro Swift guys. A lot of laps here around the very short NTK circuit. Expect 40-second lap times here in the micro category. So they will get quite a lot of different opportunities to make it out between the 3 of them.
They'll round the final turn and go on to the front straightaway once again. And let's see if we can get them for a nice, good start. Again, with the main events being a little bit longer, everything all of a sudden changes. A lot more time on it for the Royal Electric Micro Swifts, but no green that time. Looks like the yellow flags are back out, and the timer begins now, counting down. So with the longer sessions for the finals, this doesn't really matter as much, but Emery, as we talked about, the pulsator can go as fast or as slow as he wants and either burn up more of that clock or keep it nice and short.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if I was in Colin Schingenberg's shoes, I'd be going as slow as humanly possible here for the next lap, but that's just me. Regardless, it's 15 minutes. It's not like a 7-minute heat where you can run half the distance in 2 warm-up laps. So in this case, it's not quite as relevant, but still, it's going to be nice to see if they can get a little bit slower this time through. They were on the gas really early last time, so look for a more ordeal start this time.
Yeah, they've got them back nice and slow once again. Lots of different factors go into a clean start. They want the field kind of spaced out side by side, but a little bit of gap in the middle. They want them slow, and they want to make sure that they do not accelerate before that start box they have. So Colton Schneegenberg has them at a crawl. Speed, I don't think, was as much of the issue. It was a little bit fast on that start last time by. But the big thing here that they want to see is just waiting to punch off so that way the speed stay low going through turn number 1. That'll minimize the potential for any kind of damage or catastrophe. Let's see it here. There they go. The official saying keep it slow, and they want to watch them all the way down the straightaway. Hold this speed. This is a good run for Colton Schneegenberg and Tanner Barsh to get this one started. They hit the cones into the box on the power, and we're green. Away we go down to turn number 1.
Yeah, Barsh took a wide line. It's going to cost him second. It's going to cost him third as Cade Casper and Ashton Wyatt find themselves in the top 2. As Casper goes really wide on the exit of 2, and that's going to open the door for Wyatt to try to go around the outside, but Casper hangs on here.
Nice run for Aston Wyatt there. Tanner Barsh still right behind on the bumper and might be able to even make a move. No, not close enough in the back hairpin. A little bit of cool underglow lights for the 51 machine. That's always one of the fun parts of the night racing here. Seeing everyone get so creative on making their go-karts light up under the darkness, although it's not fully there yet. More sunset hour here in North Texas.
Yeah, certainly. It's a little bit early for full-on underglow, but still nice to see the decorative design on Tanner Barsh. So we see Aston Wyatt to the inside of Cade Casper into turn 1. Now Barsh, lights and all, going to try to follow through, and he's going to almost get it done, but how about Cade Casper trying to hang around the outside, but I think it's just going to be Barsh getting into third there.
Still a little bit sideways there as you saw Casper have to counter steer coming out of turn number 3, and we head down the backstretch here. Still plenty of time for them to hunt back down Colton Schniegenberg, but that Team GWR energy looked to be the strongest over the course of those 3 heat races, not only in terms of results that got him the pull for this main, but speed-wise as well. So I wouldn't fight too much or, dilly-dally a little bit too much in the early parts of this one. I'd be ready to kind of get rolling and at least try to hang on to Colton, because that time by, his lead is now up to a second as a big off for Cade Casper there. He went wide just at the edge of the shot. Good save. My goodness, he could have fallen down the hill pretty easily, Emery.
Yeah, Casper there, a really good save, but he just shows he was pushing maybe a little bit too hard, and because of that, it's going to be an uphill battle for him. He's lost the draft to Ashton Wyatt and Tanner Barsh, and if they're going to keep working together to pull in towards closer to Colton Schiegenberg, that little bit's going to cost Cade Casper quite a bit.
Through the right-left chicane onto the front stretch, Aston Wyatt, I think he got a bit of a better run this lap, and Tanner Barsh did as well. Let's see if it reflects it on the lap times. It does. 1/10 of a second better for second and third. That gap goes from 1 second down to just at the 1.002, so I guess maybe closer to 1.1 seconds last time by, but 1/10 to the advantage for second and third. Aston Wyatt beginning to roll, and the Bureau Arts are hunting down that blue and red energy as they go down the backstretch.
Yeah, really good run out of the chicane there from Tanner Barsh. He's going to keep right behind Ashton Wyatt. Wyatt running a good, solid line. He's been consistent all weekend long, and now you can see he's made up ground again on Colton Schiegenberg. This time, though, a little bit wide through the entrance to that chicane. That will cost him a little bit, but down the main straight, it looks like he's made up another couple of tenths here.
Yeah, towards turn number 1 we go. 4 car lengths between, 4, maybe 5, from Schniegenberg back to Aston Wyatt. That was a big-time leap that lap, and Schniegenberg slowed down a good bit as well, so maybe a little bobble out of the number 17, but we've got a race forming on our hands here as we approach the halfway marker. About 5 minutes in, still 10 minutes plus 2 laps to go, and towards the back section of the racetrack, it's 3 karts together. Now, Cade Casper, that time did set his personal best. Unfortunately, he's still well off the pace of what the leaders are running at the moment.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where you kind of lose that draft, you lose the reference, and it's hard to overcome. But one guy that is going really fast, even without a reference, is Aston Wyatt. That time through goes purple again, shaves off 4 tenths, and now you don't even need the time. You can tell he is right on the rear bumper of the blue energy cart of Colton Schiegenberg as they come through turn 3. 3 karts right there together. Schiegenberg is going to have pressure here.
Yeah, I think Aston Wyatt definitely could try and make a move in the back section. Here he comes inside turn 6. Tanner Barsh will follow. New leader, Aston Wyatt, and the number 21 takes over with Barsh helping him through.
Yeah, now you're going to have to watch what Schiegenberg does. He, for the first time all race, is going to have to go from third position. You can see Wyatt already a good exit from the final corner. Barsh and Schiegenberg pushing together. They're going to try to close that gap up, and you can see a little bit of a narrow line from Barsh through turn 1. He'll lose about a car length or so.
Yeah, just a little bit of time lost. Little bobble in turn 2 as well for Tanner Barsh, but Aston Wyatt is well within drafting room, so they'll close back up, especially if they can get a good run through that turn 4-5 complex, and he does. So right back to the rear bumper goes Tanner Barsh. He's been pushing him forward to catch Colton Schniegenberg. Does he try to push him and get away? You would think that might be at least worth it for a lap at this point, Emery, because he got time to burn. if you want to work with the leader and just push him for a lap to see if it makes any difference, it's not going to hurt you to waste it if it doesn't.
Yeah, in a 3-kart race like this, you guys have the pace. You rolled up to the back of Schneegenberg. It's worth pushing to see if you guys can pull away and also get a good read on just how quick Wyatt is as a leader. It's one thing to have the reference to chase down from a second and a half back. It's another thing to be in clean air and just setting laps on your own. And right now, Ashton Wyatt's doing a good job of it. But Barsh could see that and maybe decide to go to the lead. But right now, it looks like he's going to do just that and go to the lead coming into the back hairpin. New leader, Tanner Barsh.
And there's 2 reasons for that, of course. You may just want to get to the lead because you think you're faster. You may also want to get to the lead because you think you're slower and you're afraid that guy's going to drive away from you, so you put him behind you. And for Tanner Barsh, he signals to Aston Wyatt to push him, and he'll oblige him for now through turn 1. And now Aston Wyatt, for the first time this race, gets to see his strengths and weaknesses compared to the 51, because you have no idea where you're better or worse besides just the feeling of the pants when you feel a bump draft when you're leading a duo. But when you're behind, you get the full picture.
Yeah, certainly. And Aston Wyatt, he's had a full weekend of racing to get a good idea of what Barsh's strengths and weaknesses are. Again, like these top 3 have raced each other in all 3 heats at some point or another, so they'll have a good idea of it. But in this final, you can tell Wyatt really all over the back. Oof. He actually hits the rear bumper of Barsh coming through that final chicane. That's going to cost all 3 of them really a little bit of time. But for Wyatt, it looked like he was quite a bit quicker through the center of those corners. I would not be surprised as soon as he gets back and gets some momentum back if he tries to make that move back to the lead.
Through turn number 2 this time, they go over to 3. Colton Schneegenberg still right there behind Aston Wyatt. I thought he might have been able to capitalize on that mistake, but he really could just it pulled him back up to the bumper and then lost a little bit through the first couple turns. Further back, couple of retirements. Dutch Westbrook, unfortunately, a DNF. The same for Marcelo Flores. The 2 of them, I don't know if they got together or what, but neither one able to finish this main event. Andrew Anastasio in that performance stop, number 43, still 5th. Cade Casper still 4th. You're watching the only battle on the track right now, and it's the one for the lead and the potential win with 6.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go for Tanner Barsh, Aston Wyatt, and in the catbird seat, just kind of hanging on right now to the edge of the top 2 is Colton Schneegenberg.
Yeah, Colton Schneegenberg seems to be struggling just a little bit more than what we saw in the heat races. And Tanner Barsh has found his rhythm leading. The first time through, he kind of struggled. Now, though, showing a lot of pace. As I say that, though, a little mistake through the center of the middle hairpin. That'll cost him a bit of time, but Schneegenberg's going to have to find a little bit more pace to keep up with these front 2.
So through the right-left as we go, down the front stretch again. Another lap in the books. This is 13 completed, and Tanner Barsh leads another one. Aston Wyatt pushing him. Where were they at lap time-wise to Schneegenberg? They eked out about a 0.5 of a second over the red and blue energy. So that's, a car length to 2 car lengths right there. That's just enough to, keep that up. And then once they get to maybe another 2-3 more car lengths added on the margin, he won't get the benefit of the draft anymore, and you'll be able to easily pull a bigger gap.
Yeah, we saw with Cade Casper, as soon as he made that mistake and got out of the draft, his pace fell off pretty dramatically. Again, we might see the same thing with Schneegenberg. He has got to do everything he can to cling on to the draft. You see Wyatt looking back, he'll know that they have made progress compared to Schneegenberg, and that probably will convince him to keep pushing Tanner Barsh, because there's no real need to change up positions when you're still able to gain time on the guy behind. And right now, that last time through, they eked out another few tenths there on Schneegenberg. So Schneegenberg really kind of in desperation mode now if he wants any shot at this race win.
Down the backstretch with 4.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. The last lap being the worst lap for Schneegenberg. He can't afford another lap like that here this time, but I don't know if the driver who's really been the kid to beat so far this weekend can pull anything out of the hat. At this point in the race, everyone's tire pressure, they said, has kind of already peaked at where you want. So you kind of got what you got, and you just need to hold on. As they exit turn 1, another 4 tenths added on to the gap. He's over 1.25 seconds away from the leaders. And with Aston Wyatt pushing, with Tanner Barsh leading the way, they have successfully broken the lead group down to just 2. And right at the perfect moment with a couple minutes and 2 laps to go.
Yeah, this has got to be one of the more deflating feelings you can have as a racing driver. When you see those front 2 guys just continuously pushing each other out ahead of you, it is demoralizing. And for Colton Schneegenberg as well, having so much pace through the heat races, to face the fact that now he's going to have to do everything possible to try to get back to the front it's got to be disheartening, and you can see now another couple tenths that last time through. Those top two of Tanner Barsh and Ashton Wyatt are really putting together some good laps here.
Yeah, still pushing to the edge there. You saw a quick little adjustment center of the corner for Tanner Barsh. Walked it up the racetrack, cut the momentum going. And, they've been consistent as well. It's not just 1 or 2 hot laps that puts 4 or 5 tenths on Colton Schniegenberg. The last 3 to 4 laps, they have been peaking performance-wise. A 40.64 the lap before, a 40.71 last time by, and probably on track for another 40.6 or 40.7 time with 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Let's see what it's going to be. You can see the gap up there. Last lap was 1.8 seconds to Schniegenberg. Another 40.7. Schniegenberg a 41.2. That gap now becomes 2.4 seconds from second to third.
Yeah, these top two are really just finding that pace, pushing each other. Credit goes to Tanner Barsh there for finding that little bit of a groove. The first couple laps where he was out in the lead, he was struggling. But now, with Ashton Wyatt being patient, it's allowed him the time and the opportunity to keep that race lead, and he has shown out and shown up in a good way with a lot of pace behind that number 51 Burrell Art machine.
And he's only got to do it for a handful more laps. Down the front stretch we go. Barsh taps the helmet for a push. He'll get it from Ashton Wyatt to turn number 1. Almost 13 minutes completed, so we're right at that 2-minute marker, and then 2 more laps after that, maybe 5 to 6 more laps around North Texas Kartway for the first of 11 main events we've got coming your way here tonight. Royal Electric Microslift on the racetrack. The Maxwell Paper Products 206 Heavies on grid. It'll be back-to-back ready racing as soon as the track gets cleared. The next class will roll. There's inclement weather kind of around the area and potentially coming even in later on tonight towards midnight. So they're trying to get the show in as quickly as we can and hopefully as dry as we can. 1:48 to go. Another lap in the books. That's 19 completed. Barsh has led the most so far, and a 40.9 is a little bit slower than where they were. It still was 2 tenths better than Schniegenberg, though.
You do wonder if this is about the time in the race where you start to have a little bit of the tires falling off. You have a little bit of maybe personal fatigue. You got to remember, these drivers have not driven more than about an 8-minute session at any point this weekend. So it is a lot of wear around such a physical racetrack. So especially in a micro class with guys or drivers that are only about 7 to 10 years old, you can really see maybe some of that physical fall off as well as just the kart falling off.
Yeah, for a lot of them running 206 Cadet and Micro Swift or 206 Cadet and Mini Swift, it's a lot of track time on a track that is pretty physical. You've got the curb hopping section in turns 4 and 5 and a lot of G-load through these banked corners. So it really works the neck. You can see how much it even tips Ashton Wyatt's helmet a little bit off to his outside shoulder sometimes through turns 1 and 2. So a lot of load on him, and it's hot. It's been a hot weekend for Memorial Day here in North Texas. Temperatures in the air upwards of 85 degrees, peaking around 90 during the day. Still only cools down to maybe 75 at night. Got a little bit chillier last night to chilly being 71. So it's a hot, humid Texas summer night show, and all that combines to, again, just test a little bit of the physical strength and endurance that these drivers have. And these young kids looking good while they're doing it. 41 flat that time, a little slower, but everyone's falling off. And the timer will hit 0, Emery. It's almost crunch time with that 2 to go marker.
Yeah, if you're Ashton Wyatt, you've been content to stay right behind Tanner Barsh this entire race. But now, with the 2 to go sign coming up, this is about to be the time where you're going to want to make your move because you want to be ahead of Tanner Barsh entering the last lap. We'll see just how patient Wyatt is, but certainly we know he has the kart to do it. We know he has the engine to do it. We know he has been consistent enough to do it. Now, with 2 to go, we'll see what he can do here.
Here we go across the start-finish line straight. 2 laps to go. Tanner Barsh going to start defending into turn 1. Ashton Wyatt, perfectly timed crossover, just runs out of steam into 2. Can't get there. We rock it over to 3 with a car length separated.
Yeah, they're a very nice corner from Tanner Barsh to allow himself the gap and keep him from being under fire through turn 3. Now, down the back straightaway, Barsh immediately goes defensive. Wyatt, though, not going to have the pull to really make a move on entrance. We'll see if he can set up a crossover as Barsh hits the curb. They're going to cross over, and now side by side into the final chicane.
Yeah, through we go. Final chicane onto the front stretch. Big crossover. This time it looks really good for Ashton Wyatt, but again, Tanner Barsh just able to keep that momentum up on the high side, holds the lead side by side into 1. Wyatt cut him a break, but kind of tried to stay halfway in there, and it hurt him. And now there's a 3-car gap that he has to eat up, which he does to 2. over to 3. They're packed up again. Half a lap to go through the chicane for the final time this weekend. Royal Electric Micro Swift. 2 more passing opportunities. You've got this back hairpin and then the final 2 corners. To the inside for Barsh, outside for Wyatt. Wyatt tries to cross him up. He can't. Tanner Barsh, just 2 more. Can he hang on? Wyatt pulls to the rear. Just can't get there. He gets a little bit of a run alongside. This will be in a drag race across this line. Tanner Barsh, your main event winner in Royal Electric Micro Swift. The number 51, Barsh Motorsports, Barsh Brothers Racing, Bureau Larch sets the bar high. His younger brother, Brennan, trying to go for a main event win in Rimrock Raceway Honda Kit Kart in a couple classes. But how about that for Tanner? Turns it up right when it matters most in the main event.
Yeah, Tanner Barsh, a really phenomenal defensive driving job over those last 2 laps. Really had the straight line speed to get it done, as well as some nice defense coming onto the switchbacks, keeping Ashton White from having any opportunity. So excellent job there from the number 151 driver. So we'll see his little brother in action later on in the kid cars. But for now, Tanner is your first main event winner of the night.
Aston White against Schneegenberg, Casper, Anastasio. Your top 5. 1 down. 10 more coming your way as we race into the night here at North Texas Kartway.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop in to Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Welcome back to North Texas Kartway. Maxwell Paper Products 206 heavy, and the Maxwell Paper Products OTK of Ross Smith has been almost unbeatable, as we've got plenty of good racing action coming your way here, folks. And we begin with the starting lineup. Behind Ross Smith, you got Michaela Bradley on the outside of row number 1.
Yeah, Noah Murphy and Richie Yossa making up row 2. Jorge Ruiz, who had a very difficult third heat after a shoulder injury and warm-up, rounds out your top 5. Behind him, you'll look back to Juan Dean in the 6th spot, Caleb Vieska in 7th, Nick Miller in 8th, and rounding out your top 10, Luis Martinez and Madison Knox here in Briggs Heavy.
Kyle Short, Christopher Ramke, and Steve Moore cap off the field, and Ross Smith will bring them together. Jorge Ruiz has been able to mess with him a little bit in the heats, but after that third heat race where he got spun off to the outside grass, rolls off a little further away. Michaela Bradley's been aggressive in making passes for the lead. She starts in 2nd, but she needs a good jump here, because if Ross Smith can get away, there's not a good chance from what we've seen of anyone being able to catch him.
Yeah, this is all going to depend on Michaela Bradley being able to get the jump. We know that Ross Smith is geared lower than most of the rest of the field, so that should give her an edge on the initial getaway, but she has got to defend like crazy and ideally bring the rest of this field in it, because if you give Ross Smith any sort of clear track, he's going to win the race.
100%. And Noah Murphy as well. We know that the GFC's been okay, but if he's able to maybe get a nose to the inside of Ross Smith, that's what you have to do. If you have a driver that starts on the pole or at any point in the race is near the front and you think they're way faster than you, you've got to pass them early before they can break away. You can't follow and try to learn from them. It's too late in the weekend here to really adjust a whole lot on your driving. You've got to do what you know. Maybe you make little micro adjustments, but the best thing you can do as a fast driver is try and get the fastest driver behind you. Here comes the pack onto the front straightaway as the field gets set to go green. Couple raindrops hitting the tower here for us. Just a couple, but it's enough to maybe freak it out a little bit. Let's see him coming down to the start line. And green flag in the air. Ross Smith leads him into turn number 1. Bradley's got a good run on the outside. She tries to hold him down, and we got contact. Noah Murphy's around and off the embankment. And Michaela Bradley on the outside has gone to the lead. Ruiz into 3rd.
Yeah, and crucially, Jorge Ruiz up to the 3rd spot. Michaela Bradley, though, gets the race lead. There looks to be the 535 machine stranded at the side of the racetrack. Absolute chaos on the opening couple of corners here, but in the race lead, Michaela Bradley, and there goes Ross Smith. He's going to push her for now, and if I'm Michaela Bradley, I would be trying to white line this right away. Do not give him the opportunity to get any sort of passing opportunity.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Not only that, Emery, but it definitely, his bumper gets hooked on hers. I have a feeling it might be a little bit slippery out there for the liquid sunshine that's just graced our window. We'll watch them through turn number 1, but everyone definitely sideways from cold tires. That's to be expected. Oh, look, another one off. That one is one of the red speeds that just went off. I think that might have been Martinez, if not Kyle Short. So while Michaela Bradley leads, rain being the great equalizer takes all that extra horsepower advantage out, and I'm sure they all rocked up with a full slick gearing setup, so they're going to be really leaning on the fact of who has the most amount of teeth by maybe 1 or 2, and that might help everybody else.
Yeah, certainly. It almost looks like it's really in the front section of the track where the track is the most damp, because in turn 1 that last time we saw Jorge Ruiz almost lost it. Caleb Vieska almost lost it as well. So those two really need to make sure they can keep each other intact as they come down the straightaway into turn 1. We'll see how it goes this time. Sliding a little bit, not quite as bad as the last time, but certainly the raindrops are affecting the track as you see even more sliding down through the grid.
Kudos to Michaela Bradley. She's in the toughest spot right now, the leader through it all. Everybody else can kind of judge braking markers based on the first driver, but she's got no idea based on anyone in front of her because there is no one out front of how deep she can go. Here's Ross Smith going by for the lead into the hairpin. She's going to let him by and at least be able to kind of follow him, let Ross be the one to go first through every turn and see if that makes any bit of a difference, if she's able to get it sorted a bit. But he's got a lot of grip, it looks like. A good exit onto the front stretch. The gap is now a car length.
Yeah, and Ross Smith, again, we've seen him be animated with his hand motions every single time. This time is no different, but he goes wide in turn 1. Again, it is slippery out there. We're seeing that he, again, makes another hand motion to get her to try to go with him. Again, through turn 2. I've lost count already. This is kind of crazy as Ross Smith continues to lead.
You know what I think? Oh, no! Vieska goes off in turn 3. Caleb Vieska goes off the racetrack at the far side, and he is deflated there, obviously frustrated with himself. That kind of mistake takes him out of contention. He was on the cusp of a podium, and Jorge Ruiz was leading him around there. He was fourth, goes wide in that hairpin, and all of a sudden, the top 5 looks a little bit different. Ruiz in no man's land. A little gap back to now Nick Miller, who gets promoted to P4. Luis Martinez to P5. They're all pretty spaced apart, and it's really just trying to watch as wide of the racetrack as we can if anyone makes any more mistakes. Now, the couple raindrops we've had, it hasn't picked up any more, but it's just slicking that racetrack up enough.
Yeah, and at this point, if it rains anymore, I would not be surprised if you can find a little bit more pace. Vieska might be way back there, but at this point, you got to still keep your head down. There is still 12 minutes left in this race, plus 2 laps. A lot of time to make up time and a lot of time for the potential weather to come into form. As you see again, Ross Smith drops the wheel, makes another hand motion. He is kind of a little bit on edge, more on edge than we've seen in the first few races, but continuing to make it back towards the front as we complete another lap here.
I think Jorge Ruiz might be living rent-free in Ross's head just a little bit after that third heat. Obviously, he was bothering him. You could see that. I think he desperately wants to get anyone else that'll go with him away from that MGM in third.
Yeah, I mean, I got to say, like, the amount of times he's tapped his helmet back, and the thing is, she's not even close enough to really push him at this point. Like, he's got 3-4 tenths on the field most laps, and it's just, I think if he can just keep his head down and not make those mistakes, he'll be able to pull away. So very interesting, but certainly when you have someone white lining it like Ruiz did in that third and the second heat as well, it changes your strategy quite a bit.
Yeah, it just changes the mental game, right? Definitely was his toughness was tested that time. Let's watch the rest of the pack come on through here. And again, Ross Smith that time 43.868. Michaela Bradley 44.438. He put 6 tenths on her last lap alone. And the sun is still behind the clouds, but the track's got enough heat in it that the little bit of sprinkles we got at the start of this one seem to have kind of dried back up, and the times are starting to get a little bit closer to what we were seeing earlier on in the day. We did get an update from Race Control. It is going to be still ready racing, driver's option for the tires, so they will go right on time. That means for Honda Kid Kart presented by Rimrock Raceway, they've got to roll off the grid as soon as this race finishes and the track gets clear. There will be no rain hold to switch over. At the moment, it is driver's option of which one you want to go with.
Now, this is going to be interesting when you get to one of the bigger classes like a 206 Senior. If you're back there starting in the 15th or so and you start seeing rain clouds forming, a lot of potential rain, do you take the risk and go to rain tires knowing that you might get stuck out without that 15 minutes to change over before you get before you get on track?
Big question is which way is the wind blowing. Right now on that far side by turn 1, it's pretty light skies, but right where Ross Smith's at, it is dark, very dark and ominous skies on that side of the racetrack there by turn number 6. And so that's where, if we get any rain and if the wind blows it our way, it would be coming from the back side of the racetrack down by the main gate. So we'll see what that does here to the weekend as we watch him go into turn number 1 once again. Still a lot of grip that time, a 43.6. That was almost a second better than everybody else last time by. Emery, he's flying.
Yeah, I think Ross Smith has got this sorted out. Short of any sort of rain or mistakes, he should be in the clear. Michaela Bradley has just kind of been running a good race of her own, pulling about a tenth a lap to Jorge Ruiz. She's got 3.5 seconds back to him at this point. Ruiz is under a little bit of pressure from Nick Miller, but it looks like the podium all feeling pretty comfortable where they're at right now.
Yeah, Michaela Bradley, really, solid performance this weekend. Hasn't really been in too much trouble. Has just done a solid job. Here's Ruiz's pack, 3rd, 4th, and 5th on your screen there. That battle might be heating up a little bit. Remember Noah Murphy kind of went wide there early on? Well, he's kind of charging back forward once again. That time by, he was quicker than this group of 3, so in a moment or two, that black and white GFC might be able to contend for the top 5 and even a podium. Ruiz, a 44.4. Miller and Yostin were 2 to 3 tenths better. And that guy right there, Noah Murphy, was even quicker than all 3 of them.
Yeah, Noah Murphy looks like the fastest car on track, not named Ross Smith right now. 43.9 that last time through. See him coming through the chicane now, really showing just a little bit extra speed through there. And you can look now, those top 3, or the battle for 3rd, Ruiz, Miller, and Yostin, all pretty evenly matched. And there, right as we pan back, you can see Noah Murphy just continuing to grind away at it, gaining just that little bit of extra time every single lap. As we come back down, you can see Caleb Vieska continuing to try to pull his way back up. He's up to 8th now, so he's made solid progress there. goes the number 513 and Nick Miller to third coming through turn number 1.
Nice pass. So new driver on the podium. It is Nick Miller. Jorge Ruiz on the MGM back to fourth. He's got more company coming. Here comes Richie Austin on that Beryl Art machine. He'll be looking to go by him soon. Not enough to maybe get him into turn 6. Look again at that little bit of the skyline we can see up above is very dark. It's probably even darker behind us, behind the tower, and the wind's picking up, so you just never know. The bigger cell we were more worried about, I think, has gone north of us, but there's been some pop-up showers to the west that are blowing in. There's the poncho on the head flagman, so everyone just kind of preparing for the worst, and it might come our way here in the main events. Already saw a little bit take a few drivers wide. Ruiz a little wide there in 1. Not enough of a mistake, though, to open the door for Richie Austin.
Yeah, certainly. Ruiz seems to be really struggling now. 44.8 the last time through, 44.6 the lap before that. He seems to have lost a bit in that MGM chassis, so just he's going to have to find a little bit extra if he wants to keep up with Nick Miller and try to get that podium spot back.
And it all comes down to setup, right? I mean, you look at Ross Smith compared to these guys, their hands are a lot more busy. I think the biggest thing is, everyone was probably anticipating the grip level to continue to go up as the track cooled off and it got less greasy and got a little bit faster. But then you have that touch of rain, the cooler temperatures, the wind. The track temp goes down to even further point, and that little bit of dampness on the surface makes it where you need a lot of grip built in the car right now. It's not nearly that high grip condition that maybe Ruiz was expecting. Ross Smith's got a lot of grip in his car, and I think that's the biggest reason why we're seeing it pull away as this battle's opened up. Look at Noah Murphy. What a move.
Yeah, and the second you start to lose that grip at the beginning of the race, it's hard to get the confidence back. You can see Noah Murphy has found that confidence after going wide. A great recovery drive for him to get into 5th. And with the speed he's got, he could easily get a podium here if he can just get by Jorge Ruiz, which is easier said than done.
Well, I mean, again, he knows where the limit is because he went over it out of turn number 1, so he knows how far he can push and what's too far. And maybe that's helping him on that Trackside Karting Services GFC to turn number 1. Noah Murphy's 4 back from Ruiz with 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. He should be able to get there, and then he needs a little bit more speed to run down Nick Miller because Miller last time really got cracking. He did a 44.0. That was quicker than Michaela Bradley, quicker than everybody except for Ross Smith. So while Murphy was the second fastest, now that honors the guy in third, the one he's chasing for a podium.
Yeah, I mean, Murphy's made a good recovery. Caleb Vieska, both of them had difficulties on the opening few laps, and they've been running quicker laps than their competitors. In Murphy's case, it might end up in a podium here. You can see he's still stuck behind Ruiz, but if you look at the lap times, Miller not really getting too far away, but he's got to go now as everyone sets their best lap of the race outside of Murphy and Ross Smith in the top 6. Murphy at 43.9 that last time through, but Ruiz has found a little bit more pace at a 44.0.
Yeah, through the turn 2, turn 3 section, Ruiz, Murphy, and then Richie Austin. This is 4th, 5th, and 6th on your screen. The closest thing to a battle we've got on the racetrack right now in Maxwell Paper Products 206 Heavy. Dark skies continuing to threaten this field, but nothing yet since a couple sprinkles on the outlap, although Ruiz, a big bobble there in turn number 6, and it allows Murphy by, and Austin tried to follow, just couldn't get clear.
Yeah, just a little bobble there from Ruiz, continuing to kind of labor that right hand a little bit. And it's interesting to see. I mean, he's fallen off the pace now both in Heat 3 and the final the more the race goes on. Don't know if that's a setup thing or maybe just him laboring a little bit.
Well, again, remember, we talked about it right at the beginning of that third heat. Ruiz in the warm-up session this afternoon took a 5-pound weight at full speed to his right shoulder. So he had mentioned that he was contemplating sitting out the final heat race to just try and nurse it and survive the final, and I think just that extra bit of fatigue towards what's already somewhat injured and a sore shoulder for Jorge Ruiz is why we're seeing the drop-off in pace. He's now down to 6th, Yosfin to 5th, Murphy is 4th. Murphy did set his personal best last time by. This fight for 3rd is not over yet. 3 minutes and 2 laps to go. Noah Murphy clicks off 4 more tenths. Give the advantage to the 547.
Yeah, Noah Murphy is absolutely digging that time through a 43.7, quicker than anyone other than Ross Smith on the racetrack right now. Murphy has found time aboard his GFC kart, and now Miller will have seen him coming. Now he's only got about 6 more laps he's got to hang on, but that's a lot of time here in the Briggs 206 Heavy category.
It could be 2 for 2 in the first 2 main events, though, and it looks like it may be. As long as Ross Smith goes all the way, 2 for 2 being the locals, the drivers that call North Texas Kartway their home circuit. Tanner Barsh with an impressive run, and now potentially Ross Smith dominating at his home racetrack. It'll be a perfect weekend for Ross Smith, a clean sweep, pole position in qualifying, all 3 heat races in the main event win. He's way up the road from this fight for third. Again, 6 seconds back to Michaela Bradley, and then another 5 seconds back to Nick Miller and Noah Murphy here third and fourth.
Yeah, and it looks like Jorge Ruiz is finally pulled in as he's dropped way off the pace, and you can see that impact on that, but Noah Murphy has found quite a bit of pace. He is right there now on Nick Miller, and within another lap or two, he'll be close enough in the draft to pull all the way up to the rear bumper.
Yeah, just 2 karts away through the final couple turns. He's just got enough time to get there. Can't afford a mistake, though. He's got to be perfect to be able to get up, get alongside, get clear, and try and build a little gap before that 2 to go signal comes out, because if he's got Nick Miller on his bumper, he'll have to defend that spot for the final 2 laps. Nobody really knows exactly how long the race is going to be from the driver's seat, but right there, that's exactly what he needed. A good pass, decisively made in turn 3, and now it gives him a car length lead through the chicane.
Yeah, now Noah Murphy is going to be the one that has the opportunity to lead, and now you can see Nick Miller back down the inside. He must have felt like he does not have the kart to battle one-on-one with Murphy or keep up with him, so he's going to go back down the inside, try to stall the inevitable, and now Murphy's going to have to find a way back by him yet again. So that battling is going to slow them back down, maybe start bringing Richie Austin back into it, although Austin's lost a lot of time in the last few laps.
Oh, man, Nick Miller, you see him shaking his hands there. He's probably got a death grip, white knuckling it on the steering wheel to try and hang on for these final couple laps. A long race, longer than most drivers are used to racing around this physical, old-school, historic kart track in Denton. Over to turns 4 and 5. The timer shows 30 seconds remaining. That means it'll be probably 3 laps to go this time by for race leader Ross Smith, about 10 seconds up the road. Make it 13, seconds away from third and fourth on your screen. And Noah Murphy having to reset. Okay, he got by him once, and he went right back by me. Now what do I do? And I've got less time. Here comes a big run out of the last turn. That was a good exit. Miller looks back, touches his helmet, shakes his head a little bit. Here comes Murphy looking. Turn 1, not there.
Yeah, Murphy tried a little bit of a half move. We saw him struggle with that a bit yesterday. Now, again, not quite able to get the move done. Now through turn 2. Last time he tried into 3, too far back this time, though. And Miller continues to be able to just barely hang on, and so far it's working for him.
Over the curbing there through 4 and 5, down the back straightaway here. Noah Murphy trying to close back up to Nick Miller once again. One more shot, maybe 2, as the double sticks will fly. He's not going to have a lot of opportunities left because the time is running out. 22 laps completed. Ross Smith has seen the double sticks. Here we go, side by side again for third. Murphy, his best corner compared to Miller is the last one. It's set up another opportunity in turn number 1. He gets through. Miller tries to cross over. He's almost there, but Murphy throws a block into turn 2.
Yeah, good block there by Murphy. He's going to let him out a little bit wide through turn number 2. But now Miller right on his bumper. He will have to time this up perfectly down the back straightaway. He's a little bit far back now as they come through the chicane. But Nick Miller trying everything, trying every last bit down the straightaway. Is he going to go for it into this corner? He elects to just push this time through. At this point, it might be worthwhile just to try to wait to the last lap.
A car length gap there. Here is your race leader, Ross Smith, headed through turn number 2. Final lap for the Maxwell Paper Products 206 Heavy class, and you can't script it any better for the Maxwell Paper Products driver on home turf to dominate in the way that he has. Over to turns 4 and 5. The gap back to Michaela Bradley, over 10 seconds. 16 back to the battle for third. He is stoked about it as he looks to the heavens there and thinks, my gosh, I've been able to do it. I can relax. I've put together a good race weekend. And out of the final turn, Ross Smith to the line is going to take a nice and relaxing, emphatic pump of the fist. He wins the main event for round 2 in 206 Heavy. Bradley coming across there in second. Here's that fight for third. Murphy around Miller, defended earlier. He's got to defend one more corner. Across the line for Bradley to second. Here's Miller, last second charge. It's a drag race to the line. Nick Miller gets it done. What a run. Nick Miller gets him at the line, edges him out, crosses him over, coming to the checkered flag. Noah Murphy ends in 4th. Richie Austin 5th. Viesca 6th. June Din 7th. Christopher Ramkey will finish in 8th. Kyle Short 9th. Luis Martinez will round off the top 10. And here's a look at some of the younger drivers. There's a handful all wanting to get over the curbing. So good to see everybody having a good time. It's Memorial Day weekend at North Texas Kartway. Congratulations to Ross Smith. A commercial break and some more unpredictable racing and unpredictable weather coming our way with 9 main events still remaining.
I'm gonna still hold on to this because I don't know, man.
Huh?
I'm gonna hold on to it still.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit heavy.
Update here in the paddock. We've still got more rain coming. The track surface is darkening, so the Honda Kid Karts, we're going to pull the kids off and have them switch over to rain tires from the slick tires that they are on, and we're going to roll forward with the fourth group, the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swifts. So Mini Swifts, you guys are on the grid now, and we're going to release you here momentarily. So Mini Swift drivers, go ahead and make your way up to the grid. Honda Kid Karts presented by Rimrock Raceway. We're going to send them back into the pits. They'll roll in the fourth slot. The Mini Swifts will go in slot number 3. So it'll give us a moment here to clear the racetrack and send our next group and just kind of flip the order for them so we can get these kids lined up in a good spot and a safe way to race here with some potential wet track conditions. Well, a bit of a delay to switch things around on the lineup, and we've got the opportunity to see what drivers picking the rain tires versus the slicks will pay off. We had a good dusting of rain here a moment ago, but it's sort of lightened up a little bit now. You see the comp cart there at the back. That's the 199 of Gage Muxlow. He's out on slicks. The rest of the field went to the rain tires. Actually, it looks like maybe more. We'll try and ID as many of them as we can. If they've got the white line down them, they're going to be the treaded rain tires. If they don't, they're more than likely the Avinco blue slicks that are on them as well. Tyrone Kemper Jr. a little off there in the final turn, and everyone feeling out the racetrack. A handful of spins on his outlap or little bobbles as everyone tries to feel where the grip is and where it isn't. With this dark surface already, it's tough to look for the wet spots for it to be darker. But this is going to be interesting, Emery.
Yeah, I gotta say I'm a little bit shocked that anyone decided to go for slicks, and I don't know how well that's going to turn out. We got another one in the grass, but we'll see. This track is completely different in the wet compared to in the dry. Fully momentum based in the dry. In the wet, you're going to be trying to use as much banking as possible. This chicane section they're coming through right now is going to be treacherous. You got to hit the curves at the right angle. So we'll see how these mini Swift guys cope with it. Again, this is kind of short notice for them. No wet sessions this entire weekend, or ever, in fact, I believe, with the new curve. So this will be a first for everyone.
So they'll begin to warm the tires up and get set to get after it. Let's take you through the lineup really quickly. Well, the Berry brothers had a good final heat there. For Carson Berry, it was enough to secure the pole here for the main event. Original top qualifier, Tyrone Kemper Jr. will start on his outside, and a spin for that high five performance, Tony Kart to Simon Klein. He's gone around. He's on wets, but got a little bit sideways and into that thick grass on the outside of turn number 6. Also coming to a halt is the 129 of Nathan Hughes. So they're going to try and at least get him back going, fired back up, see if that engine will refire. And of course, with the wet weather, you always run the risk of sucking water into that airbox, Emery. And as soon as it does that, your engine's done, stalled out.
Yeah, definitely. You're done. And it looks like they tried to slow it down as much as they could to give him a chance to get back going, but I don't think he's going to be able to do that as they get set to go. Mix of dry and wet weather tires here is going to be sketchy. We're looking for the green this time by. We'll see.
Green flag.
Green flag's out. And Tyrone Kemper immediately gets himself into the race leader. No, that's Carson Berry getting wide. And they're all wide. Sawyer Chambers goes around in turn number 1.
And the pole man, Carson Berry, went way up the hill into that first corner. His brother Mason Berry wide as well. Look how high, wide, and handsome is Tyrone Kemper Jr. through turn 2. He'll do the same over in turn 3 as they tiptoe, and around goes Carson Berry in front of the field, gets turned around. He'll get back going. Now a long way forward as everybody's still just trying to hang on here through this infield chicane. It's so much slower as they're still probably not anywhere near comfortable with the grip levels. But Tyrone Kemper Jr., he's used to it for coming up from racing down in the bayou in New Orleans. As I say that, little off for him there out of that hairpin. Spin for the 117. That's Rodolfo Lavin Jr. that goes around. Carson Berry gets his spot back, and look at this. I mean, ragged edge there for Tyrone Jr.
Yeah, you can see Kemper going way wide. You can see Emerson Lane going wide. It is treacherous out here on lap number 1. Kemper leads lap 1, and we'll see how he goes through turn 1. A little bit more cautious and calm than he was in the previous few corners, and it pays off for him. He's got Mason Berry right behind him. Berry looks pretty confident in aboard his energy cart, and it's an energy 1-2 as we see most of this weekend. 4 seconds already back to Emerson Lane in third.
The big thing here, Emery, we saw them on the grid. Part of the changeover was allowing them the couple moments to change tires. As Carson Berry's gone up and over the hill, and now he is stuck on the outside of the racetrack. He's trying to drive through the wet, thick grass. Looks like he'll have enough momentum to get back onto the circuit. But now that's 2 big offs for Carson Berry. He had climbed his way back up to 4th, 7 seconds away from the lead. And around goes Mason Berry. He nearly followed Tyrone Kemper Jr. going around. It is a slide zone here all the way through the field. And Emerson Lane takes advantage on that Kart Republic for the AR Academy team to get to second. For Tyrone Kemper Jr., though, one thing here, Emery, these guys probably did not get a gear change in. They're probably on that same longer, shorter gear ratio meant for the full speeds of dry tires.
Yeah, and also with the widths as well and no change in axle. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do to make a rain setup happen, and I highly doubt in this really quick abbreviated gap there. They had time to do all of that. So Tyrone Kemper is probably on a mostly dry setup. They probably adjusted the front with maybe the rear as well, but otherwise is absolute chaos. And you can see Carson Berry on that last lap while we were away focusing on the leaders spun for a third time. So it has been a disaster for both of the Berry brothers. But Tyrone Kemper at the front, we've seen him on the ragged edge through this corner on multiple occasions. This time a lot more reserved and controlled, but he's got almost 6 seconds already as he navigates through the final chicane.
Well, he's already got such a nice lead over the field here. He just needs to keep it pointed forward. If he does that, the rest of the race will be pretty easy sailing for him. Emerson Lane looked a little more comfortable that time coming on the front stretch. The gap was pretty big the lap before. What kind of lap can Emerson put together? He just went half a second better than our race leaders, so maybe not. Maybe Tyrone does need to keep trying to find more speed out of that thing, because Emerson Lane, while he's 5 seconds away, at half a second better, he'll arrive on the scene before this race is over.
Yeah, it's a long race, and also with the sun being out like it is, this track is going to dry pretty quickly, and when it does that, you're going to be finding tenths, almost seconds a lap, depending on just how quickly it dries. And I think that that's something that Tyrone Kemper Jr. might have a bit of an advantage at if he can just understand just the way this controls. He goes a little bit wide through the back hairpin, but in general, the more you feel comfortable in these changeable conditions, the better you're going to be over the course of the end of the race.
Here he goes through the final 2 corners and onto the front stretch for Tyrone Kemper Jr. Emerson Lane trying to close up to him. And there's lap traffic already here. That'll be another thing to navigate. It's tough enough to pass on this tight racetrack in the dry. It is a whole lot tougher in the rain here, Emery.
Yeah, and you can see Emerson Lane has picked up 2 seconds on this last time around, a 56.124. He is absolutely flying. And again, like you mentioned, it is going to be tougher to pass, but if he has that kind of pace differential, it's hard to see Kemper being able to keep him at bay.
We saw Tyrone Jr. able to go back to that drier line through turn number 1. As there's more off, there's Simon Klein sideways through the grass. The big issue really, it looks like, is that chicane, that turn 4-5 complex. Tyrone's hands are busy. Left and right, almost full lock through that quick chicane. And around for one more driver further back. That's the lap traffic now, the 105 of Sofia Sadagova. That's spun out of 10th. And here comes Mason Berry there in the 122 in 3rd. He'll close up to the lap traffic. But here's a look at your gap for 1st to 2nd. Tyrone Jr. is far from home free. 5 minutes down, 10 plus 2 laps to go. Still a lot of time left in this one. He's able to do the normal line there. Pretty planted through turn 1. Normally been going wide over in turns 2 and 3, but it's that tricky infield section.
Yeah, and he's found 3 seconds on that last lap alone. So Tyrone Kemper Jr. still not as quick as what Emerson Lane is doing in 2nd, but he's picked up the pace quite a bit, finding more and more confidence in his kart. As the round goes, Simon Klein again right in front of your race leader. That was very sketchy for Kemper Jr., but he gets away with it. And now you can see Emerson Lane going down the back straightaway, just able to kind of keep Kemper Jr. in sight. We'll see what kind of lap times they're doing this time. There is Carson Berry. There goes Kemper Jr. And right there is Emerson Lane, only about a couple seconds back at this point.
Yeah, hard to believe Carson Berry's day has just been so wild, unfortunately, that he's now gone from the kid who started on the pole to a lap down as he lets Tyrone Kemper Jr. on by down to turn number 1. The next driver in line, I believe, is going to be Gage Muxlow. Remember, he's on slicks. He's just been tiptoeing this whole race.
Yeah, and that's going to be a good reference point for these Briggs Senior guys that are going to be on grid here momentarily, because they're going to have to see kind of the track change. I believe we might have kid karts coming between the two, but already you can see, even though these guys are picking up a lot of time, the Mini Swift guys still not even close to being able to be at that crossover point.
Well, that time by Tyrone Jr. gave up again another second and some change. So Emerson Lane closer and closer to the race leader as they get around Muxlow. Carson Berry now being able to follow someone is able to put some good laps together, but he's a whole lap behind, so he's just going to be kind of picking up drivers off of attrition and some of the back half of the field. He currently runs in 7th, getting around Muxlow there. That was 4th position between the two drivers, 1 lap down. Here's a look how close that gap has come down. Emerson Lane is now only half a second away from the race lead. Yeah,
Emerson Lane pulling 6 tenths to a second every single lap. So much confidence in that 150 Allen Rudolph Racing Academy car. He comes right onto the bumper of Tyrone Kemper Jr. He's actually brought Carson Berry with him, and as they come down the back straightaway, Lane is right there with a shot at the lead.
Yeah, here we go into turn number 6. Looks to the low side on Kemper. gets a little bit sideways there, loses the momentum on the exit, and they stay side by side to the final turn. Now he's on the outside. Kemper hasn't gone that low into the corner yet. This is the first challenge he's seen. A little sideways coming out, and here comes Emerson Lane. New leader, Emerson Lane, to the point down to turn number 1.
Yeah, Emerson Lane goes purple briefly before Carson Berry resets it, and now they're side or tail to tail here coming into turn number 2. You can see Lane has so much confidence behind, but it's a different animal where you have to set the reference, and you can see already Kemper finding a little bit more confidence. He has sort of hit the reset button here. He knows he has to put quite a bit of energy in the kart, as behind them Sawyer Chambers continues to find a lot of pace aboard that Nitro kart, a 48.9. We'll see if we can pick him up here in a minute as the lead gets a little bit more spaced out, but that 145 machine, we saw him spin on the opening lap, is absolutely flying. He's going 2 seconds a lap quicker than your leaders right now.
Yeah, Sawyer Chambers back and forth. He's about 8 seconds away. He's catching up to Mason Berry, so while the top 2 start to separate, let's see if we go back about 7 seconds. Here's Carson Berry. That's not for position. He's going to kind of somewhat unlap himself. There is Mason Berry, and here is Sawyer Chambers on the Nitro kart, getting going there in the 145, and is he on, I believe he's on slick tires as well. So Sawyer Chambers on those slick tires is quicker than the race leaders by about a half second to a second. And as the race goes on, Sawyer Chambers on that tire gamble might be able to run down not just Mason Berry, who he's already caught, but Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Emerson Lane, who are 7 seconds up the road from him.
Yeah, you can see he's still a little bit sketchy through that chicane, but everywhere else, I think he has the pace advantage. It's very, very touch and go for him. You can see the amount of wheel inputs he's having, but when he gets it right, he can just make passes like that. And you can see Sawyer Chambers moving him up onto the podium places, and if he can find just that little bit more, it is going to be tough to stop a kart that has slicks on it.
Mason Berry punches the steering wheel there, obviously a little frustrated that he knows now he can see how much faster those slick tires are. Sawyer Chambers a second better than the race leader Emerson Lane, 2.5 better than Tyrone Kemper Jr., who's faded back now to 1.8 seconds away. Mason Berry putting up a fight, went to the inside to try and get alongside him, but you just have less contact patch with the road. You have the treaded rain tires or the full surface patch coverage of the slicks that are just going to be so much faster. So especially as the rain tires start to burn off with the track getting drier. So now again, if you're on the grid for 206 Senior, you're probably putting those slicks back on the car, maybe making a gear change though still, because it is not exactly at the full speed that we were a few hours ago.
Yeah, I mean, he's finding 2 seconds a lap at this point, though. So, I mean, it's getting closer and closer, about 4.5 seconds off of what your normal lap time would be. But Sawyer Chambers, through the first part of the track, is still sketchy. There's Tyrone Kemper Jr., who made a mistake there, conveniently allowing Chambers to get to second. But I really do think we're getting to the point where it's almost certainly going to be slicks. And not only that, but not that far away from a dry setup.
No, definitely not far from it here again. So it's a scramble in the pit area, in the paddock. Nobody knows what to predict. The sky is still very dark. If you look out behind this section here, behind turn 6, 7, 8, even a little bit over there coming onto the front stretch as well. So there's the leader, Emerson Lane, behind Carson Berry, who has unlapped himself. That is how fast the 110 is going. He's the fastest on the wet tires. Unfortunately for Carson Berry in the GWR Energy Camp, those 3 spins and offs he had put him, a full lap behind, essentially still. Sawyer Chambers now, he's within a second. Here he comes for the lead.
Yeah, I mean, Sawyer Chambers, this is inevitable. You're going to see Emerson Lane look back. He actually points him by. He knows the 145 is coming, and there goes Sawyer Chambers. He spun on the first lap, but he hung on to the slicks well enough, and now this should be a pretty easy procession so long as he doesn't make any mistakes.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes to go. The slick tire is the way to go. How about Gage Muxlow? Did go a lap down, but I think he's going to catch Simon Klein here pretty soon as Gage is getting a little bit faster. But for Sawyer Chambers, the only driver really that had, top 5 level, top 10 level speed to take the risk, take the gamble, go with the slicks. And like you said, a spin didn't deter him. He still went out there and put his head back down, got some good laps together, and now he leads. As you said, nobody else anywhere near him in terms of speed. A 43.71 that was 4 seconds better than anybody else last time by.
Yeah, the other thing that's been going on, if we can go back, is now Mason Berry fighting against Tyrone Kemper Jr. for that 3rd position. Kemper Jr. has struggled mightily over the course of this race. Earlier on, we saw him leading the race by quite a good margin, and now Mason Berry is completely away from everyone. There you get a look at Emerson Lane racing against Carson Berry. This is not for position. Carson, again, is a lap down, but he does make the pass on Lane coming into turn 1. But his brother, Mason Berry, is fighting for a podium position as Tyrone Kemper Jr. He's been able to pull away almost 4 seconds over the last lap. So Mason Berry, again, another driver that spawned on the opening couple of laps, and on rain tires, he still found a way to put some decent pace together over the last few laps.
Well, yeah, not only that, I mean, the fact that he's got his brother up there passing Emerson Lane, it'll make it possible for him to run him down. He picked up a second on Emerson that time by. Still has a long way to go, Mason Berry does, about 5 seconds to get to Emerson, but it's not out of reach. Emerson Lane looked to be the perennial front runner after Tyrone Kemper Jr. Fell behind him, but then the track changing more. Sawyer Chambers now becomes the fastest driver, and Mason Berry on the charge. So here comes Mason down to turn 1. What's the gap? He picks up a second on Emerson Lane. Sawyer Chambers, the leader, is long gone. There is Tyrone Kemper Jr. safely in that 4th spot. 5th is Rodolfo Lavin Jr. Remember, he had a spin early. Kedro Milbrandt runs 6th. Carson Berry has scored 7th, but he could still probably crack the top 5 with the speed that he's put together, as he's just been messing around with the 1st and 2nd place drivers on the circuit. Look at this, lap traffic in front of Emerson Lane.
Yeah, this is going to bring back into the equation Mason Berry. He's only got about 5 seconds to make up, but you can see the 105, that's Sofia Sadagova, really kind of keeping Lane back at bay, and that's going to cost him a good amount of time as they come down the main straightaway. At this point, if you're on rain tires, you're trying to find any damn patch possible. Try to keep those water in there, but you can see Sadagova not letting Lane go here. Lane's going to give the bumper and still not able to get by. So this is costing Emerson Lane critical amounts of time here.
Yeah, not ideal for Emerson Lane to be trapped behind the 105 of Sofia Sadagova. Here he goes to the inside. Now he'll get clear of the lap traffic, and this feels a lot more like an endurance race with a number of drivers a lap down or more. Sawyer Chambers has already lapped up to the top 5, getting by Kadro Milbrandt last time by, and he will be able to catch Rodolfo Lavin Jr. next. Might even get up to Tyrone Kemper Jr. at this rate. Here is a look there. That is Carson Berry in the 110. Headed down. Again, a lap down. Currently scored in 7th. There's Emerson Lane in the 150. He puts a 47.14. Mason Berry a 1.5 back in the 122 energy. Here he comes a 2.5 away and a 2.5 faster.
Yeah, Mason Berry is coming very strong. He's been able to keep his wet weather tires intact, still setting personal best through 18 laps, which is impressive to do on a track that's drying. Usually your tires overheat really quickly, and you could see Emerson Lane might have lost a little bit of pace there, but as a whole, I mean, Lane as well as Berry are going to be fighting for everything they have left in these karts as we get down to the last couple of laps.
Yeah, through the turn 7-8 complex, down the front stretch. There's a look at Sawyer Chambers. What a dominating run here. What a gutsy call to go to the slick tires. But it's paid off as the rain has stayed away during the duration of this main event. And it has been a phenomenal run to watch. He's going to come this time by to the white flag. So he, of course, being your race leader. We've got the battle forming for second as well of Emerson Lane and Mason Berry. And we'll try to balance the two of them. There's the white flag for the race leader of Sawyer Chambers. He sets his best time, 41.94, 6 seconds to 5 seconds better than everybody on the circuit.
Yeah, at this point, Sawyer Chambers isn't a rhythm. The track is getting more and more dry, and he's just continuing to find more and more time. You can see he might have a chance to lap all the way up to Tyrone Kemper. There is Kemper up ahead. So that has to be a bit humiliating for Kemper to go all the way a lap down after leading the early parts of the race and having such a dominant weekend.
Oh, check this out here. Looks like Emerson Lane surrendered that second spot. Mason Berry's got around him.
Yeah, so another guy in lane that struggled down the stretch. That's nice for Mason Berry to get back. But in the meantime, the story of this race almost gets swerved at the checkered. But Sawyer Chambers hangs on, wins in dominant fashion on the slick tires here in Mini Swift.
That was wild there. Sawyer Chambers wins on the slicks. It's going to be a 30-second, more or less, margin of victory as the rest of the field finishes. Rodolfo Lavin Jr. one down. Tyrone Kemper Jr. a lap down. There is, I believe, is that going to be Mason Berry or Carson Berry across the line? That's Carson, 7th for Carson Berry after everything. Mason Berry, through attrition, gets to 2nd. Emerson Lane, 3rd, and definitely one to kind of, unfortunately, have to take after leading a good bit, being the fastest initially on the rain tires, then as the track got even more dry, fades back to 3rd, but still a podium.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's still a good effort from Emerson Lane. He'll be happy. But how about Sawyer Chambers, your round 1 winner, found the pace. It did not have it really in the drive, but on the slick tires, a gutsy call, and it pays off for him. He picks up the round 2 win as well.
Well, now we'll get set for the Rimrock Raceway Honda Kid Karts to go on to the racetrack, and then your 206 seniors will follow them up. Exciting racing still to come here with 3 classes in the books and 8 more to go as we get further and further into the nighttime here in Denton, Texas. credit to the Texas Sprint Racing Series officials who are trying to keep everybody's engines running in the Rimrock Raceway Honda Kid Karts. You can see them sprinting around to just try and do what they can. It looks like we're all good, though, for a start. A mix of slick tires for everyone except for Benjamin Osborne, who starts fourth in the number 88. So we'll see on the drying racetrack how the kids fare here in the Kid Kart division with 15 minutes plus 2 laps for their main event. Brennan Barsh leads them over to turn number 2.
Yeah, this is probably one of the more sketchy situations these kids have been in so far. Again, just getting their feet wet in the karting scene. So for some of them, they may have never experienced a mixed track like this before. So just being able to complete this race, get some laps in, continue to get better in these sorts of conditions will go a long way.
Just makes them a lot more complete as a driver there, as Beckham Lee slots to second, Killian Short into third, Benjamin Osborne to fourth. We saw Brody Brown there at the top of that shot on the comp cart. He went for a ride in the spin cycle, did a little half spin in turn 2, but got back going, back in the 6th spot behind Bodie Bayer. So we'll come across the line this time. 1 lap completed. 14 minutes plus 2 laps to go. You can see Brennan Barsh wheeling that thing coming out of the front stretch. That was one of the dampest parts on the racetrack, it looked like last time, was coming out of the final turn, putting the power down. So a lap completed so far for Rimrock Raceway Honda Kid Kart.
Yeah, so far so good for Brennan Barsh, but he continues to lead ahead of Beckham Lee. We're seeing Killian Short trying his best to keep up. But again, we'll see how this race develops. A long way to go for these kids. A lot to get used to, and again, just trying to wheel the cart as best they can. Good start to the race, relatively speaking, for Bodie Bayer. He's done a nice job to stay at least within touch of this group as they continue on lap number 2.
A very entertaining Kid Kart main event here with a little bit of lap traffic in the middle. Beckham Lee trying to get around the lap traffic number 10 of Bodie Bayer. But Brennan Barsh has been unstoppable all weekend long as the number 82 is long gone. 25 seconds and counting up the road from this group here. That's Beckham Lee in the 25, Benjamin Osborne back and forth. Here's your race leader in the Barsh Motorsports, number 82. All by his lonesome. He's done a great job all weekend. Got a cool bit of underglow in the kart, and he's going to live up to the expectations that his big brothers put by getting a win earlier on here this afternoon.
Yeah, for sure. 2 straight wins for the Barsh brothers. They're going to sweep the action here. How about 29 seconds back to second place for Brennan Barsh? You know, and outside of one small hiccup in heat number 3, he has absolutely destroyed the opposition, continuing to find speed, a second and a half clear on that last lap compared to the entire rest of the field. So great run there for Barsh. There you can see the battle for the final podium spot, but coming to get the white flag is a number 82 machine.
Yeah, that battle is, again, like Emery said, for the podium. Beckham Lee versus Benjamin Osborne. Killian Short started third, ran third for a bit, eventually got around Beckham Lee for second, and he's a couple seconds up the road from them. Still, like as Emery mentioned, 29-plus seconds back from Brennan Barsh. His fastest lap time still 2 seconds clear of everybody on the circuit. So he'll round the Turn 4-5 complex for the final time tonight. Onto the lights. Night racing for the Kid Karts. Luckily, they're done a little bit earlier here in the day than last night. So back to normal bedtimes probably for these young kids, ages 5 to 8 years old. We have all 6 of them on the racetrack, and they will all see the finish, I believe, except for Brody Brown, who just had an issue a few moments ago. But the 5 remaining will get to see the checkered flag to close out the weekend. How about that? Brennan Barsh wins round 2 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series in Denton in Rimrock Raceway Kid Kart. And a little swerve and a pump of the fist as he crosses the line. Back on the rest of the field, Killian Short in second will come across here, and look at this. There's the big pack of them. You can see Benjamin Osborne chasing down Beckham Lee.
Yeah, and you can see Bodie Bayer there trying to hang on just to the track position. He's not battling these guys, but as they come through the final set of corners, you can see there is Killian Short going to come across to finish in second, and coming across now for the final podium spot. It's going to be a close race to the line, but it looks like Beckham Lee is going to hang on to it and beat Benjamin Osborne to the line with Bodie Bayer rounding out your finishers.
And so that'll do it for the field. Brennan Barsh, your winner. The sun beginning to set here at North Texas Kartway, slowly working its way behind the clouds as the train works its way through. We get set for a long train of go-karts that'll line up here in a moment. 25 plus. Briggs, 206 seniors. Get them released onto the racetrack right now. And man, oh man, do we have to go through what has been a completely shaken up starting grid compared to what we were used to in those qualifying heat races. Penalties, as well as just a lot of drivers with bad luck in one of those 3 heats, has mixed up the field tremendously. So as it switches over, let's look at how they're going to line up for the main event. You've got Drew Chappell on the point. Landon Melson to his outside. Caden Wolf and Cohen Summers will make up row 2. Kelvin Ching, luckily, through everybody else having issues like himself in any of those 3 heats, with the DNF in Heat 3, he still rolls off P5. Chatted with him a little bit during the dinner break. Said, yeah, we were just trying something a little bit different with a different kind of gear. And, yeah, just took a little too much curve, popped the chain right off. Then Jeff Shaw lines up 6th, Bryce Frank 7th, Landon Fitz, Adi Bamru, and Samuel Jung, your top 10.
Yeah, Austin Higginbottom, Alfred Alvarez del Castillo, a couple guys that have had a lot of good pace here in these heat races. They'll line up on row number 6. I'm looking down the rest of the grid. One of the interesting names sure to be mentioned is Aiden Smith, who had a rough run through qualifying as well as 2 of the heats, as well as Trey Arnzen down in 21st, who qualified on pole position. So Arnzen has a lot of work to do after getting in 3 crashes in 3 races.
Look at Cohen Summers and Caden Wolf. These guys are having way too much fun. They were trying to hold hands the whole pace lap, and then Caden said, all right, fine, I'm going to drive away. I don't want to hold hands this entire warm-up lap. I want to get ready. It's a big-time show. It's the main event for Slipstream Racing 206 Senior, the first of our 2 headline categories. Finishing off the night, of course, with that Exertech KA 100 Senior. This is Group 5 for those of you just joining us. Out of 11, we've got 4 races that have been completed so far, 6 more to come after this one. And Drew Chappell has been the most consistent out of everybody here this week, and he's in that black and yellow, number 672 comp cart. And then to his outside there with the clear visor, Landon Melson on the front row once again in that Cruise Racing Development OTK. So here we go. Little knuckle touch coming to the green flag. Good sportsmanship, and hopefully it'll stay when they get the green, because we haven't always seen that in this class. They're going to bring it into the tram lines a little bit fast. Is it too fast? It's not. It's good enough. We're green down to turn 1. Chappell takes Caden Wolf with him up to second. And so your leader, Drew Chappell, over to turn number 2.
Yeah, already a good start there from Chappell. That was exactly what he needed. Caden Wolf slots into second. How about Landon Melson into third as well? He's going for second at the moment. Not quite going to be able to fit it in there, as there goes Caden Wolf into second. And the top 4, 5, or 6 all starting to break away here.
A little bit of hand signals and the racer sign language already starting as they get half a lap completed. Landon Melson looking to the inside again on Caden Wolf. He's got to be careful. Cohen Summers is lurking right there in that 4th spot. Remember Cohen, we talked about him all 3 heats having to drive forward through the field. He's done so here in Slipstream 206 Senior. He is near the front and in a great spot to fight for this 15 minutes plus 2 laps main event. Single file through turn number 1 for the majority. Big moment there for Kelvin Ching, though, in turn 1.
Yeah, Kelvin Ching almost lost it there. He's able to hang on, not lose too much time. With the amount of stacking up that's going on in the first 4, it will give him more opportunities here and there. You can see trying to make something happen out of the hairpin was Landon Melson, but not much going on there. He'll try to get by Caden Wolf here at the end of the lap, but as of now, everyone in the top 8 content to stay in line.
Yeah, Caden Wolf still slipping and sliding a little bit, and that's allowed Drew Chappell to get a gap. And now Cohen Summers going to get by on Landon Melson. Kelvin Ching tries to follow. He gets a little bit into the side of him, but he's going to have help behind from Bryce Frank. Let's see if he can stay alongside down to turn number 1. Melson on the outside tries to get clear, and Ching cuts him a big break, and Bryce Frank kind of gets booted to the wayside by Jeff Shaw. He'll lose the only driver to lose the spot in that whole deal.
Yeah, it ends up really costing Bryce Frank there. Now you'll see Audie Bamrou trying to go around the outside of him. That's not going to work, I don't think. It's going to get shuffled back, and now they're side by side into the chicane again. That might not work as Bamrou goes sideways, almost drops a wheel, and they're onto the track, and they're going to lose a multitude of positions as they're 3 wide going into the back hairpin.
This is sketchy there. Aiden Smith at the end of it kind of popped into the back of the 691 of Luke Waller, and they all survived the chaos for now, but we're still early. Nothing too late yet into this one. Only a couple minutes complete. Caden Wolf hooked up with Cohen Summers that time by. They were a little bit quicker than Drew Chappell. At least Cohen was. Chappell by himself, though, super fast early here in this showing. He's pulled about a 4-car length gap. Well, Caden Wolf, that comp cart still looks a little bit more sideways than his fellow chassis teammate and Drew Chappell up the road.
Yeah, Chappell seems really confident in his car. Probably the best he's looked in terms of just sheer pace early on. As now you can see Cohen Summers goes to second. Caden Wolf going to slot in behind him, try to hang on. There goes Landon Melson trying to hang on to the outside. He's going to get shoved off the track a little bit. Nice save there, but it's going to cost him a spot and the draft as he continues to lose speed coming down on the straight.
Now he's going to get freight trained if he can't get down low. Here comes Bryce Frank on by. Here comes as well Samuel Jung. Jung is up a number of spots, 3 so far, and digging for more. And then Iron Rock Motorsports livery Tony Kart. Here through turn number 3. Cohen Summers now with clear racetrack to go hunt down Drew Chappell, trying to make some hay. Chappell already won round number 1. The veteran top-tier KA 100 senior driver jumped down to the lower horsepower 206 senior class for the very first time last month at Speed Sports Racing Park in Houston and won there in the wet, dominant fashion. Now here on a drying, almost dry racetrack, he's pulling away once again.
Yeah, these mixed conditions really favoring Chappell. You can see him putting in some good pace. There's Cohen Summers. That last time through slightly quicker than Chappell as that whole group continues to pick up speed. They're not picking up a lot of time, but that will be enough if they can keep up this pace.
Yeah, so through turn 3, just a little bit, but needs more. He's 9/10 back, so he's not getting any benefit of the draft off of the back of Drew Chappell. And down the back straightaway we go.
Yeah, and you can see continuously they're working together. It's not... Oh, speaking of that, Caden Wolf gets spun around in the back hairpin. They were working together, but those two got into each other, and now Caden Wolf going to fall all the way outside the top 20. So from inside the top 3, got pushed around by Kelvin Jing there, and that is a disaster for the comp cart driver who's still fighting back as we see more contact in the back. And, that is a big hit. and they're still sliding through the grass here at the end of the straightaway.
Yeah, that was a number of guys there, all kind of around the edge of the top 10. Look how big this train is. Hello, Samuel Jung. This feels a bit like deja vu for this guy to be driving forward after, a decent but not so great quality and so run in the heats. He's up 5 spots now to 5th. Here's a side-by-side run, though. Bryce Frank wants that top 5 spot. He'll get to the inside, gets himself clear. Landon Melson tries to follow, goes to the outside, through the right-left chicane, and onto the front straightaway we go. 10 minutes to go, still plus 2 laps. These guys, though, battling as much as they are, is allowing this group to pull further away because we've completely changed the order now at the front. How about Kelvin Ching leading the show?
Yeah, Kelvin Ching there. Whatever happened that last lap, just absolutely flying. Goes purple a full 1.5 seconds quicker than Drew Chappell. So there's a lot going on as we see one car out on the grass. That looks to be Landon Melson there in turn 2. And so the disaster race gets even worse for Melson, who is on the front row, now going to be out of the race here as he pulls into the pits.
Unfortunate for Landon Melson, an early retirement, and we've already lost a couple of others as well. Samuel Burnett, Christopher White out. There you see the 647 abandoned go-kart there on the side as well. So we've lost quite a few drivers here in the early part of this one. Down the front stretch we go. Bryce Frank, Samuel Jung. There is as well Alfred Alvarez del Castillo. He's up 5 spots, and around goes Aiden Smith, who was up 8 positions. He spent the entire weekend on the back foot driving forward, and now he's off in the embankment outside of turn 1.
Yeah, as they're going to go 3 wide in that group. There goes Trey Artson for the 2nd time this weekend in the chicane. This time goes a lot better for him, and he's made up a bunch of spots here in the final, already up, I believe, 11 spots. Now it's going to be probably 13 after the contact early on in the lap and another pass. So Arnzen finally getting a chance to show that pace that we saw in qualifying and in the early part of the weekend.
Yeah, good stuff for Trey Arnzen. However, he probably will be a little bit too far back to get to these guys up front because they're working together nicely. Kelvin Ching, Drew Chappell, the leaders. Cohen Summers just there at the edge of it there on the red speed. Then a little back to Jeff Shaw, a little being about 5 seconds for that next group. Shaw kind of by himself on the VLR. There's Bryce Frank in 5th, Del Castillo in 6th. And while they were packed up tighter a few laps prior, all the passing spread them out. There's Trey Arnzen, 14 spots gained. Trey Arnzen started 22nd here in this main event. He's up to P7. Yeah,
and Trey Arnzen probably has the best speed out of all of these guys in the group. Alfred Alvarez del Castillo, also another one that's been fast this weekend, but Arnzen has been on a move. You can see now, though, the front 3. Look at the speed difference. You can see Kelvin Ching and Drew Chappell working together. Cohen Summers, though, pulled it back in a little bit that last time. He'd been losing a little bit progressively, but now finds that little bit of extra speed there. And now you can see a little bit of battling going on from 4th on back. There's Jeff Shaw under fire, and then looks like the rest of that group down to Trey Arnzen continuing to fight. And you can see even a little bit further back, guys like Samuel Jung, Luke Waller as well, not far away from this train. As there you can see down to the inside goes Bryce Frank and Alfred Alvarez del Castillo. They're going to try to make it done on Jeff Shaw, and it looks like Frank's going to get the job done. Alvarez del Castillo not able to do it. He's going to go side by side and eventually get that place coming onto the straightaway.
Yeah, good job holding the outside for Del Castillo on Jeff Shaw. He gets the spot. Arnzen still looking for a hole to maybe find a way by through this pack. He could get all the way up to 4th, and that'll about be as far as he goes. Here he goes to the inside of Shaw. Shaw tries to close the door, at least pinch him a little bit tight. And now Jeff Shaw is going to run him up the racetrack in turn number 3. Arnzen now has to worry about Luke Waller right there, who luckily cuts him a break and pulls back in line.
Yeah, smart decision there from Luke Waller. Arnzen kind of gave a little bit of a rough edge there to Jeff Shaw, and Shaw returned the favor. Now Arnzen not too happy about that. He's going to push him a little bit wide out of the corner, and they're going still side by side, still making contact. They are not happy with each other, and that's going to come off worse for Trey Arnzen, who gets shuffled back a few spots.
Yeah, you could see that one brewing. Arnzen versus Jeff Shaw getting pretty physical out there. Let's go back up front here to tell you what's changed. Well, Drew Chappell through to the lead now. Look at this. This is Luke Waller to the inside of Jeff Shaw. He's going to get on by, so nicely done for the High Five Performance Tony Kart driver. That's 6 spots gained for him. And right in that mix is Landon Fitz. Big off there at the end of the front straightaway. That's the 840 or the 643. I think that's Austin Higginbottom. No, yeah, 13th for Austin Higginbottom. He's out in turn number 1, unfortunately. Meanwhile, here come the leaders back down the front stretch once again. Chapel, Ching, and Summers nose to tail here with about 5.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Summers has the fastest lap of the race, but he kind of is struggling to keep right on the bumper of those front two, which will happen when they decide to push. It disadvantages the guy in third place, but in the center of the corner, Summers is able to get that little bit of extra speed that's keeping him afloat, and the more that these guys are going to fight is going to open it back up. So as long as he can stay within about half a second or so, he should be in good shape as they get to the final couple laps.
Yeah, here they come out of turn 6 once again. Cohen Summers, like you said, I'm just surprised, being able to stay exactly at that gap this entire way. You think with the passing he'd get closer. If they stayed single file and he wasn't fast enough to catch him, they would pull away. But it's been almost like identical. And I got to give Cohen a lot of credit. Super consistent. 42.6s lap after lap after lap. The leaders may be a little less consistent, but he's right there hitting his marks every single time around this circuit.
Yeah, and you can tell he's losing just a little bit on exit of the corner, but center onwards, he is so good at the center of those hairpins, and it's keeping him alive here. And you can see Kelvin Jean content to just continue pushing Drew Chapel. They went faster that last time around, but you can tell Summers is not losing that much time, and with only about 4 minutes left in this race, you're going to continue to see if he can just hang on in that draft. I think this lap is even better for him. Looks like he's closed a little bit back up, and this is continuing to be a great showing for the guy that qualified 15th and really in the first half of the weekend did not seem to have that kind of leading pace.
No, he did not. It took him a little while to kind of find his footing and get going as they go through 3 again. I think we'll see them probably ride like this till the 2 to go signal waves. So any other updates further back? Well, Bryce Frank, Alfred Alvarez, Del Castillo, they're now 9 seconds away. While the leaders head to turn 6, that second group just enters the chicane. So we'll pick them up here in a moment. There's Chapel, Shing, Summers, all the way on through. Here comes the next pack into turn number 6 while the leaders come down the front straightaway. 1, 2, 3. 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go as they go to turn 1. And now we'll pick up that next pack. It is Bryce Frank 4th, Del Castillo 5th, Samuel Jung 6th. Luke Waller has fallen behind. Trey Arnzen has gotten his way back up, and he's gotten around Jeff Shaw as well.
Yeah, Trey Arnzen got away from Jeff Shaw, which is probably a good thing considering those two's few that they had going on, and now he can set his sights on that next group from 4th to 6th. Bryce Frank, Alfred Alvarez, Del Castillo, and Samuel Jung all set their personal best lap that last time through, but if Arnzen can just find that little bit of extra pace, he should have enough time to catch up to them.
Down the backstretch, Del Castillo to the inside of Bryce Frank trying to get through, and Frank says, all right, fine, go forward, I'll push you. That's fine, because they know Trey Arnzen's quick, and he's working his way towards the front of the field. 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go here in Slipstream Racing 206 Senior. The new best lap set of the session that time, all the way on lap number 18 by Kelvin Ching and Drew Chapel. A 42.482 for Ching and a 42.485 for Chapel down the backstretch.
Yeah, and you can see they pulled just a little bit to Summers that last lap. Again, Cohen seems really consistent in the 42.5, 42.6 range, depending on what phase of the race it is. But these other guys, they can just get that little bit of extra speed between Chapel and Jing, and I think that's because they're pushing, but still, it's impressive that Summers has been able to stay that consistent. And even though they set the fastest lap, he's staying right there with them and just went purple himself on that last lap.
Trey Arnzen's catching up again. The top qualifier in the 653 was catching that group. Here's a look further down the order as things have spread out past the top 10 pretty decently. Everyone about a half second to second apart, maybe 1 or 2 dancing partners. Look at Aiden Smith there. He was able to get back going, so kudos to him on the Maxwell Paper Products OTK. There go your leaders down the backstretch. 1.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Time ticking down here in this 206 Senior main event.
Yeah, you can see there Chapel continuing ahead. There goes Kelvin Jing. Finally pulls the trigger on that move, and he'll get to the race lead. Move Kelvin Jing up for the first time in a while, and there is ready to pounce Cohen Summers going for second. And it's a 3-cart battle here as we get down to the last few laps.
What a fight this is shaping up to be here in the main event for Slipstream Racing 206 Senior. They've run out the clock. They've built the gap to where they need, and now it's time to really start throwing hands just a little bit. Kelvin Ching up and over the curbing there with 1 minute plus 2 laps to go. We're looking at probably 3 to go this time by the start-finish line. It'll be close with the way that the timer's set, but out of turn 6, Drew Chapel, little look to the outside because he pinched the exit, and Cohen Summers 1 second. Oh, and he turns him! Oh, they come together. Cohen Summers on the inside, Drew Chapel on the outside, tried to hang tough. They had such a big lead. He's able to continue maybe with some damage, but Drew Chappell puts his head in his lap there. He looks back. He's got a big gap to Del Castillo. And how about Trey Arnzen? He's already gotten one more of them. Bryce Frank now under fire from Luke Waller. Samuel Jung already lost his spot as well. Arnzen on his way to 4th.
Yeah, so now the question becomes, can Cohen Summers track down Kelvin Jing? He's got a mountain to climb here to get that 4 up. Drew Chappell, he'll be lucky to hang on to a podium. He's very frustrated. You can see him motioning at the crowd, motioning at our cameraman, just really frustrated at what happened between him and Cohen Summers. Unfortunate for both of them, but it still looks like he can hang on to a podium. There is the 2 race leaders getting the 2 to go signal here. You can see Kelvin Jing continuing to run. He picks up 0.2 of a second from Cohen Summers that time through. So unless something magical happens from Summers, it should be all she wrote here and a Kelvin Jing victory.
Well, what's cool about this, again, Kelvin Jing was the fastest driver at Speed Sports Racing Park, his home racetrack in Houston, Texas. The Atlanta, Georgia native relocated to Florida and then has been living out here in the grand state of Texas for the last couple of years, and started getting into more and more outdoor competitive karting. He had spent a lot of his time on the indoor circuit. That's one thing he always has tried to work on with his driving, is slowing his hands down, going to a car that's meant to go fast with a much lighter rear end that allows you to really just micro adjust through the corner versus having to go full opposite lock. And you can see his hands still a little bit busy there through turn 1, but that last lap was big enough to build the gap. And he was one of the fastest, again, at round number 1 until the rain hit, and he said there, just experience got to me. I hadn't been in that kind of condition all that much. Drew Chappell's a kid who's raced at the Super Nationals. He's had multiple years of national level experience in KA 100, and of course played in the 206 class a little bit, and that was the difference. But today, Kelvin Jing, after what was a dismal Heat 3 with a mechanical failure, he'll round that final turn, and he will collect the main event victory in round 2 of the championship here in Denton. A double number 1 from Kelvin Jing, Cohen Summers 2nd. Drew Chappell will survive to finish in 3rd. Look at this battle for 4th coming to the line. Alfred Alvarez Del Castillo, Trey Arnzen, side by side. Arnzen for 5th, might lose that as well, as a big run from Luke Waller nabs him at the line.
Wow, what a finish there for 5th. Luke Waller able to snag it away from Trey Arnzen. Still a good run from your pollster to go from 21st to 6th in 24 laps. So impressive stuff from the Burrell driver. But Kelvin Jing, a fantastic victory for him. We'll see what happens in the scale line between Cohen Summers and Drew Chappell and what happens from a penalty standpoint. But regardless, an outstanding race from those 3. There you get a look at some of the camaraderie going on the back of a pickup.
Check those signs out, bro. Hold on, let's see. Let us eat the curbs. Let me eat curbs. Let us eat curbs. The kids obviously want the airtime. The officials have enforced the track limits, and this is their way of a peaceful protest, it looks like, on the stream. So how about that? They want to jump in the air. They still can. They just got to keep a couple tires on the racing surface. Everybody's having fun. It's Memorial Day weekend, a holiday weekend, night racing under the lights in North Texas Kartway. It's a great way to spend it, and we hope all of you watching along at home are having a great holiday weekend as well. We'll be right back with more action. 5 classes down, 6 still to come. add it to the spin counter on the outlap here for KA 100 Master, presented by Kart Racing Solutions. It's getting darker here in Denton, and we are set to get underway for another 15 minutes plus 2 laps. Main event showdown. Morgan LeBaron's been solid all weekend long. Pole position in qualifying, heat race wins, and the pole position to start for the main event. He's looking for that big-time perfect weekend, at a breakout star-level weekend for the High Five Performance team and himself, and he's got to beat, of course, a handful of competitive drivers behind him, like the reigning series champ Miguel Mir, like further on back starting in the 3rd spot with Andy Miller, or Kyle Walter, Kyle Uchinski inside the top 5. David Pergande, longtime national-level Masters driver, here this weekend. He had an issue in one of the heats, still starts in 6th. We got problems for the 405. That was one of our further back starters there. That is going to be Scott, I'm not sure which, Randy Russell, sorry, the driver that is off on the infield. So Randy Russell was slated to start 15th of the 17 driver field. Unfortunately, he will not get to. It'll move Keith and Hutchins up 1 spot onto that back row. So 16 cars set to go green here for the main event under the lights in KA Master. Morgan LeBaron, Miguel Mir, Andy Miller, Kyle Walter onto the front straightaway. Looking for hopefully a good, clean start. Nice and slow, and they want to, again, give them a little bit of space down. They're still a little tight in the middle, but I think this should be good enough as long as they're patient. They just got to wait till that big orange cone there. That's the beginning of the start box when the leader can accelerate, and he does a little bit at the beginning, but Mir got a bit of a jump on him there. And as they race out of turn 1 over to 2, Miguel Mir leads, contact further back, but the position number 1 for Miguel Mir.
Yeah, Miguel Mir gets himself to the lead, and this is really the first time all weekend we've seen him at the front of the field. We'll see how he can respond to this with Morgan LeBaron right behind him now. Andy Miller slots into 3rd, and we'll just see. These 3 have been comfortably the quickest on the racetrack so far this weekend. We'll see if anyone has the pace to challenge them.
So Miguel Mir, Morgan LeBaron, Andy Miller, and then a great start from Kyle Uchinski, I believe, to get himself all the way up to 4th. So good start for the 408, the owner of the Amarillo Kart Circuit, at the end of this lead train on a fellow High Five Performance Tony Kart teammate, of course, Morgan LeBaron, right now in 2nd, and our pole sitter for the final. Mir on the Cruise Racing Development LN Kart through turn number 3 continues to lead.
Yeah, Mir looking a little bit sketchy out of that 3rd hairpin. You see, gets a little bit too much curve there. Now, there goes Morgan LeBaron to the inside, coming into the back hairpin. He'll take over the lead, which he has been in all 3 heats so far.
So quick and through for Morgan LeBaron, and the Mustache Man will come around the final turn to lead his first lap of the main event on lap number 3. Still a lot of time left in this one. We've got to wait to see how everybody shakes out, but at the moment, it is the fastest driver throughout the weekend thus far, leading the way, and that's bad news for everybody except those that are fans of the 415 camp in Morgan LeBaron.
Yeah, you can tell they're really struggling for grip here. I mean, their times are about a second to a second and a half slower than what we saw earlier in the heat races for them, and it just seems like it's taking a little bit longer for Miguel Mir in particular to get up to pace, as we've got 1 cart around in turn number 3. We'll see if we can get a look at it. So 424, he's got no tire on. The 424, that will be Shane Burkett, is out of the race without a left rear tire, so unfortunate into his day aboard the Gillard machine as we focus back in on the front with Morgan LeBaron continuing to lead and putting a gap back to Miguel Mir.
That was a big improvement on lap times as they're starting to get more comfortable and get a little more grip in those Avinco Blues. For Morgan LeBaron that time, a 39.6, a 39.7 for Miguel Mir, lost to 10th. The big loser, though, out of that pack was Kyle Uchinski. He lost a lot of ground to Andy Miller, and he's fallen out of frame now in the 4th spot, just barely there. Problems, another High Five Tony Kart. This time it's the 467 of Thane Morgan that went around in the opening hairpin, so he falls to the rear. Here's your look. I think we got a pack or battle forming for 4th. Uchinski's going to come under fire because Adamar Gallargo is moving. He was 2/10 better than Kyle Uchinski last time. He's up 4 spots already, trying to make it 5.
You can see there Uchinski's kart getting a little bit unsettled in turn number 2. A little bit too much grip there, and there it goes. Adamar Gallargo continuing to find a little bit more pace. We haven't really seen it from him all weekend long. There's your front 3 again, though. with LeBaron continuing to hold about a 4-kart length lead over Miguel Muir and Andy Miller. They went faster than him just narrowly last time around. They'll need to find a little bit more pace here coming around to the start-finish line.
Yeah, let's look at the times once again. It was 4/10 there on the side. It's now 6/10. Give the advantage back to Morgan LeBaron as he opens that gap up just a little bit more. Here a couple more minutes into this final. For Uchinsky versus Kayargo, that's the next battle really if Mir doesn't come under fire soon from Andy Miller. So here goes your top 3 on through. You hold on that, go a little further back. Uchinsky at the top of the screen got a lot of airtime for 4th and 5th. Kayargo on his bumper. Again, this is 2nd and 3rd you're watching, then 4th and 5th right there. That group going to be battling here, I think, pretty soon. Here's Adamar Kayargo. Didn't get a good run through the final turn onto the front stretch. Miller still lined up behind Mir. And then that group for 4th and 5th headed over to turn 1. Uchinsky, Kayargo. Uchinsky's picked up some time, though. He's gotten a little bit better.
Yeah, Kayargo, I think, has kind of stalled out a little bit there in that 5th spot. Not quite as much pace as he had early on relative to the rest of the field, but still a good run for him so far. Uchinsky trying to pick up the pace a little bit more. We saw him had the potential to run up with those front 3 earlier on in the race. Now he just does not quite have the confidence in that kart that we saw the other 3 have been able to find and have that extra pace. And there you can see that battle all the way down to probably 7th or 8th is looming there. I mean, all the way down to David Pergrand in that 7th spot, all right there ready to pounce if anything happens. Actually, all the way down to Kyle Walter in 8th, but they're all kind of forming up right there behind Uchinsky in 4th.
Yeah, it's easy enough in that case where you've got a guy in front that can kind of be your marker a little bit for when to break on a track that's just slowly developing over the course of the session. I mean, Morgan LeBaron picked up another few tenths. He's a second faster than what he was a few laps ago. Look at this. Pass for second. Andy Miller, seeing LeBaron getting further away, has decided he wants to go around Miguel Mir and try to lead the duo, flip the order. So there's the signal. Says, all right, you follow me now and push me up to Morgan LeBaron. Let's see what you got, Andy Miller. That time by a good lap with the pass, all things considered. A 39.4 to 39.2 for Morgan LeBaron. The downside is the gap is already 1.7 seconds, and it's not showing any signs of closing back down anytime soon.
Yeah, it's going to need something special from Andy Miller. We know that he has decent pace. He's going to need to find some great pace here to run down Morgan LeBaron. The good news is he has a lot of time, basically more than a full heat race worth of laps still to go. The bad news is he's got to go chase down the guy that has been fastest in pretty much every session this entire weekend, so it's quite the tall order.
Well, Miguel Mir got a good run out of the last turn. He's not close enough to push him. Let's look at the laps again. That time, everybody slowed down a little bit, and Mir even a little bit wide through turn 1, but they still didn't make up any ground. While the leader slowed down, they slowed down with him to a 39.5, and that was pretty even through the whole top 10. I mean, all the way down to Kyle Walter ripping the similar lap time. So it just goes to show not only is it important to kind of position yourself well and win those battles early in the first couple laps, but also the more comfortable you can be being uncomfortable on cold tires can make all the difference, because once everybody's comfortable, has warmed up tires, pressure's at the perfect peak point, the whole field's pretty similar.
Yeah, it's usually how KA racing goes in a lot of ways. Like, you get yourself in a field with 30, 40 karts, and about 20 of them will have within a tenth or two on a clean track with good pressures, with good setup. It's all down to how you can get your tires up to temperature and how you can kind of position yourself throughout the field. And right now you can see the top 3 all weekend long have done a really nice job of being consistent and finding that extra pace early. And you can see LeBaron in particular has a lot of pace at the front. But even guys like Andy Miller and Miguel Mir, they're not going that much quicker than the midfield. But just because they were able to get their tires up to temperature and establish themselves in that second and third, it's going to be really hard to chase them down and get on the podium.
Yeah, they've got a nice gap there, about second and a half to 2 seconds. That was a mix of, good heat races from a good qualifying to start up front, and then stay away from stuff like this. Side by side for the high five teammates. That was Gary Glanger down the inside of Kyle Uchinsky, and a slick crossover from Uchinsky. And look at that move nearly on the inside. That was Kayargo trying to get by, and it bottled up David Pergande. And then right at the end there, Kyle Walter continues to look on. But Kyle Uchinsky, he is sending it through that turn 5 section. He looks like a bit of a bobblehead going through there with how much that kart is bucking him around. But even so, he hangs on to 4th.
Yeah, we've seen Gary Glanger have a good run up to 5th now. In the last heat, he had enough pace to keep up somewhat with Andy Miller and Miguel Muir. this time around, he'll look for the fourth here. We'll see if he can get it done. There you can see Yuchinski points him by coming into turn 1, and as such, it actually runs him a bit wide, and he almost loses 5th, but in the process, letting Gary Glinger go. We'll see what kind of pace Gary has, but so far, so good for the Orange Shoe high-five performance engine kart.
Yeah, that was a classy move there from Kyle Yuchinski. He fought it the lap before, then he ran a lap in front. Glinger was still all over him, and he's like, you know what? Go ahead on by. I've got nothing for you, and I'm not going to hold you back, and lets the teammate go. And so high-five performance has got first with Morgan LeBaron, fourth right now with Gary Glinger, fifth with Kyle Yuchinski. Then you got Andy Miller there in that Maxwell Paper Products suit, I believe, in second. And, of course, Miguel Mears, Cruise Racing Development, number 1 there in third. I don't want to mistake there for Andy Miller, but I need to get familiar with his whole operation as he's been running solidly at the front all weekend. And right now he's sitting in that podium spot ahead of last year's champion.
Yeah, this is a really solid run from Andy Miller, about as good as we've seen him all weekend long. He's a little too far back from Morgan Barron, who continues to pull away, but second still certainly in reach for the 433 machine as they come down the straightaway. And again, Miguel Mir struggles to get into the draft and get all the way up to Miller. He's quick enough to obviously keep up with him, but down that straight, Miller just gets that little bit of a gap that's keeping Mir away from getting that second spot.
Through turns 2 and 3, let's update lap times. Morgan LeBaron is the only driver right now that has put a lap in the 38-second bracket, and he has put multiple there. A 38.94 was his best. That was 4 laps ago. Last lap, he was only 400ths off it, another 38.9. This one a 9.6. So very consistent and very fast is your race leader, Morgan LeBaron. The gap is over 3.5 seconds. Now he'll reset best time, 38.86. That's another 0.4 onto the margin. Mark it at 4.1 seconds from 3.6 the lap before over Andy Miller and Miguel Mir.
Yeah, Morgan LeBaron running a blistering pace here in the Masters category to be in the 38-second bracket. I mean, that's getting up there with the midfield of the KA Seniors almost at certain points. So for LeBaron to be doing this all by himself with all the extra weight on that kart is super impressive. It just speaks to how good he's been this weekend.
Yeah, he's been on top of it every single session, and he has shined the most here under the bright lights. As you can see, it is we're leaning on them more as daylight is all but gone. The sun's gone down behind the trees, and it is a dark summer sky on Memorial Day weekend here in Denton, Texas. And we are watching the Kart Racing Solutions KA100 Master Division go at it. This is Group 6 out of 11 on our order, so right at the halfway mark here for our main events. We still have, of course, 5 more classes to run after this one. You've got the KA100 Juniors, the Open Shifters, 206 Cadet, 206 Junior, and then the Exertech KA100 Senior headline category. So out of turn number 6 with 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go. There's still lots of racing left, folks. If you're watching along at home, you don't need to change the channel or get ready to watch anything else. We'll keep you entertained here for the next couple hours. As we go to turn 1, Andy Miller, Miguel Mir, another 4/10 given up to the race lead for Morgan LeBaron, but not only that, they gave up a little bit to Gary Glinger, a 39 flat for the guy in 4th.
Yeah, Glinger looks like the fastest kart outside of Morgan LeBaron in the race lead. So Glinger's going to need to keep kind of syncing together those last, but if he can put together another 5 or 6 of those, which is about how much time we have left in this race, he will be in contention for those last couple podium spots.
Yeah, he's got a long way to get there still. 2 seconds away from 2nd and 3rd for the 418 of Gary Glinger with that bright orange suit as he goes down the front stretch. Here's Mir to the bumper. Oh, man, he was looking to the inside, and he's going to take over 2nd. Miguel Mir gets through on Andy Miller for P2.
Yeah, Mir needed to make that move. I guess he saw the lack of pace compared to LeBaron. He will not have known how close Glinger was closing compared to the two of them, but still a solid pass there to keep himself in contention for the podium, continuing to try to pull away here. We'll see what Miller can do now. Maybe the kart's starting to fall off just a little bit for Andrew. It's been a good run for him so far, but in these long finals, you get down to the last few laps, and your tires have to be overheating, have to be screeching at this point.
So with Andy Miller going back behind Miguel Mir, can he learn anything from the number 1 plate holder? Can he kind of adjust, make any changes in his style if he is losing some grip at the end of this? You see the lines are a little different through turn 2 and turn 3. And maybe he can just follow enough, stay close enough, maybe do a little bit different stuff in that turn 4-5 chicane. That's pretty much all driver of how you approach those curbs. and mount a counterattack on him. Right now, that's not the case. He's slipping further away from Miguel Mir, but maybe he can make an adjustment here before he loses too much touch.
Yeah, you can see Mir almost out of drafting range here. He is able to get such a good run down the straight, sets his personal best lap of 39.1, but behind them, Gary Glanger is flying right now, 38.9, pulls up 6 more tenths to Andy Miller. He's going to be there within a lap or so and fighting for that last podium spot.
I got to say, I mean, I'm sure a big part of the reason we're seeing Gary Glanger make all this speed but having a poor starting spot is probably the benefit of having the fastest driver all weekend under the same tent in operation, where he's been able to ask Morgan LeBaron questions, compare data, compare video. They got multi-time pro shifter race winner and former national champion Jake French, the retired pro shifter kart pilot under the tent, is their driver coach for this weekend. And that's always a good guy to bounce information off of, who also calls North Texas Kartway his home racetrack where he really got his start in the sport. So all of that combined has to probably factor into why we're seeing Gary Glanger make this late race charge. It's going to be exciting with 50 seconds plus 2 minutes to go here, Emery. They're all together again.
Yeah, and you can see Glanger dropped a wheel there on the exit of the hairpin. That will have cost him the time, but also Andy Miller has found quite a bit of pace over the last lap and a half or so. An extra couple tenths, a 38.9 that last time by. That chopped off half a second from his best time of the race. So Andy Miller finding some extra pace here late in the going.
This is the risk that you run if you're Miguel Mir. He was betting on himself by going by Andy Miller early enough that he could get away before Miller could adjust. But Miller stayed close enough that Andy's turned up the wick and probably learned a couple little things of how to get faster, because, like you said, he's turned it up. He's been 2 to 3 tenths better than what he was when he was leading Miguel. So by following him, by sitting in the tow, and at the same time maybe just driving a little bit differently, he's found some new life and turned on the afterburners right when it counts, because we're coming to the 2 to go signal, and it's a 3-way fight headed our way for second.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, also probably saw Gary Glanger coming up towards him, and that has a lot of motivation to do. As we get down to the 2 to go stick, you can already see 3 laps ago, you could already see the 3 karts continuing to fight, and Glanger is on the scene officially. Mir is going to have to fend off 2 karts here as he comes down the stretch.
Yeah, we're just eyeballing that there, waiting to see as the timer has elapsed. We're either at 3 or 2 to go. We'll know this time by based on what flag that we get down the start-finish line. No, that was the 2 to go signal. We did get it, so it's white flag this time, just starting to blend into the night sky. Oh, no, indeed. My mistake. Our producer is correct. 2 to go there. That time for your race leader, Morgan LeBaron. Over 7 seconds out, or 6.5 on the field. Mir, Miller, Glanger. Now they get the signal where it's like, all right, anything else you got saved up? Any extra tricks? Any last bit of energy? You got to play it and expend it now here to try and fight for the podium, because there's only 2 laps left.
Yeah, and you can see Andy Miller, a really good run out of that turn 3 hairpin. He's going to go down the straight, have a good run here. Is he going to send it on Mir? He's there. Not quite close enough, and Miguel Mir for one more corner has hung on. Now you can see Miller takes a look back there, sees Glanger right there on his bumper. Bad run out of the final corner, though, from Glanger, and as they come to the white flag, it is 3 karts under a blanket here to settle the last 2 podium spots.
Nick Miller peeking out to the inside. He's just not close enough by the end of the straightaway in turn number 1. Over to turn number 2. Can he get anything into 3? He kind of clipped the curb there in 2, but he's close. Mir covers it off, and it opens the door for Glanger to get there alongside. They bang tires, and they're stuck together. They are stuck together, and into the grass they go. They're trying to get unstuck. Hand signals to them, and just like that, podium hopes go out the window. You're welcome, Adamar Callargo, with a gift. And meanwhile, coming to the final turn, onto the front stretch, Morgan LeBaron wins round 2 here in Denton. Miguel Mir will get second, and going back to third, Adamar Callargo with his first career TSRS podium.
What a finish there. That's the prime example of 2 guys going for the same space. You went side by side into the chicane, and that never is going to end up working. In this case, they get stuck together, don't even make it to the chicane. So unfortunate ending for both Andy Miller and Gary Glanger, who both had really good runs through the race. They'll come across the line to finish 9th and 10th respectively, and both of them have a sad ending to what was otherwise a very promising weekend.
And I bet you there's definitely a difference of opinion of how that happened, but unfortunate for them. The night sky has got us fired up with some entertaining racing action, and we've still got more classes to come your way. Next up, KA 100 Junior, presented by Vulture Racing Engines, is on deck.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Welcome back here to the Vulture Racing Engines KA100 Junior Division as we are set for what will be an action-packed final And a couple jumping jacks there for our cameraman Rocco in the middle of the infield to make sure that he's ready to get everything and that he's all flexed out and warmed up for what's going to be a quick whip of the camera left to right, because there could be action in any different corner of this field. You just never know with the KA Juniors, Emery. You can get a lot of different kinds of races from them.
Yeah, for sure. You got to stay warm. You got to stay ready, because you don't know what's going to come your way in Junior. Last time out, 10 drivers getting penalties of some variation for cutting the track, including your provisional winner in Justin Music, who lost 24 seconds because of those penalties. That's had a massive impact on the starting grid. As you can see, Music starts all the way back in third, but on the front row, 2 guys that were already fast in Landon Skinner and Santiago Duran. Justin Music and Landon Welker make up row number 2. Tyler Roberts and Christian Ruiz make up row 3. Beckett Friesen with a strong run in Heat 3 starts himself up in 7th alongside Diego Guillot. And then row 5 will be Graham Trammell and Jackson Young.
Preston Pico and Matthew Duquette will line up on row 6. David Ibarra, our top qualifier after going backwards in his heat races, rolls off in 13th. Easton Cox to his outside. Jackson Baldus and Alex Pope will make up row 8. Derek Wargo, Nathan Golseth, Jonas Dovray, the 19-driver field. For Landon Skinner and Santiago Duran, it's an Alan Rudolph Racing Academy team front row lockout. Lots of underglow tonight. Everybody showing up and showing out for the Vulture Racing Engines KA Junior Final. The kids are going to have some fun. We're going to have some fun watching them get after it as we look to see if they can stay patient, get a start on the first time by into the box. We are on the power and we're green down at turn number 1. Landon Skinner leads through with Justin Music to second and all the way up the hill. Santiago Duran is 3 wide on the outside. That is tight. That is sideways behind him as well for Guillot. And wow, everybody survives turns 2 and 3.
Yeah, somehow, some way, Duran was able to get away from that. He lost a few spots, but I'm sure he's happy to at least have a go-kart to work with that's in one piece as they come down the back straightaway. There he goes, already trying to make one spot back down the inside. I believe that is probably the 899. I think that's Preston Pico that he's getting back down the inside of. There you can see Lennon Welker trying to get another spot, and it's to come down the front straightaway. There you go. The top 2 have broken away. Landon Skinner and Justin Music, just like all weekend, continuing to work together. And up to third, how about Beckett Friesen? As I say that, He runs straight off the track, but he had an outstanding start, and he'll lose the spot to Graham Trammell, but still up 3 spots in the first lap for Beckett Friesen.
Yeah, Beckett Friesen, that Arcane Motorsports orange and black CRG. Great start, not a great second lap. Here's his teammate, Justin Music, on the OTK. To the inside and to the lead over Landon Skinner in turn number 6. And Justin Music looking for a big-time win here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. It'd be his first, I believe, on the regional level as they head down to turn number 1.
Yeah, you can see already signaling to Landon Skinner to just work with him. I mean, they have a pace advantage over the guys in third and beyond. Music, though, has looked so comfortable leading the races this weekend, and this has seemingly been a breakout weekend for him if he can just find that last little bit to come home with the victory.
Yeah, he's got a big gap already behind Landon Skinner, so that's a safe place to be when there's less drivers in the lead pack to try and vie for a victory. It's a 1.4 second margin to GT. Graham Trammell, his Arcane Motorsports teammate, in third. His other teammate in Beckett Friesen. Great start for the Trevor McAllister-led squad. And then there's the rest of the field headed on through the back chicane. So the 2 pairs of 2 up front. And then look at this. Tyler Roberts leads the next group, but he's under fire. Jackson Young looking low, then tucks back in line on that Trackside Karting Services GFC. Now he's got a nose to the inside. Again, just kind of pulls the parachutes back out, and now he's going to pay for it as Santiago Duran goes by, and Diego Guillot goes as well, and an awkward finish there since Jackson Young through the marbles, through the dirt, over the curb. Oh, man, such a good run going there for the young kid.
Yeah, and once you get offline, it's so hard to get back on in those sorts of situations, and Jackson Young finds himself on the wrong side of it. And up towards the front, you can see Santiago Duran lost about 8 spots on the first lap. He's got a couple of them back, just trying to get what he can out of this race. You can see at the front, Graham Trammell's put down a purple lap. He continues to chase after the top 2, only about 1.2 seconds back from Landon Skinner, just trying to get all that he can out of this kart.
Yeah, Graham Trammell really good. I mean, that lap was 0.3 better than Skinner, was a 10th better than his Arcane Motorsports teammate in Justin Music. So how about that from Graham Trammell? The kid was born in the Pacific Northwest. We've seen him a lot on the national scene. And then when he moved over here to Texas, has been racing quite a bit with the Texas Sprint Racing Series contingent and with the Arcane Motorsports camp. And now he's on the verge of also getting a first Texas Sprint Racing Series victory. As they go to turn 2, Landon Skinner picked up the pace that time. He closed that gap back up to what he lost the lap before.
Yeah, Skinner just kind of playing a little bit of an accordion effect there with Justin Music. One lap, Music pulls away. The next lap, Skinner gets right back there on his bumper. But clearly both of them pretty evenly matched in pace. And if you look back, though, Graham Trammell has completely dropped Beckett Friesen 3/10 that last lap. It's over a second now. So what was once 2 pairs is now a pair at the front and then 1 kart all on its own in P3.
Oh, problems for the 825. That went around over by the top side of the racetrack. I believe the 825 might have been the 823 of Easton Cox. But nonetheless, the leaders cleared through, so no yellow flag zone for them. Graham Trammell continues to chip away. He's now down to less than a second back from the top 2. So GT is moving here on the circuit. He's coming into frame more and more in that bright blue suit on the Arcane Motorsports Tony Kart.
Yeah, if he can just get another couple tenths, he'll start getting a sniff of the draft. And once he does that, the hard part's already done, because once you get that draft, it opens up a little bit more room for air. You'll come down the straightaway, get about half a mile an hour advantage, and you'll just continue to get closer and closer as they come across for another lap. GT goes purple, 38.8, a full 3/10 quicker than your top 2.
That was big here. That was a big-time gain for Graham Trammell. He's hauling the mail right now and still got a lot of laps left here in this one. We're not even yet to the halfway marker, so there's plenty of racing to go. You hope you're not peaking too early. You hope that this pace is just going to get better and better like it is for everybody else. How about the lap time from Landon Welker further back? While these 3 are coming together, he set the fastest lap as well. So we'll wait to see, though, if and when Graham Trammell decides to go by, because he's going to be on the doorstep of these leaders any moment now. 2 car lengths back as they hit the finish line.
Yeah, this is as fast as we've seen Trammell all weekend long. There goes Landon Skinner, decides he cannot wait anymore, but Justin Music going to cross him over out of turn 1 into turn 2, and that has officially brought Graham Trammell on the scene. He'll wait, he'll be patient, but now it's a 3-kart battle for the lead.
Yeah, that right there was Landon Skinner realizing that no matter how hard he tried pushing Justin Music, they were going to have company. He might as well be the leader, but Music with a very good answer, controlling the race here from the front. Justin Music continues to lead as they head down the front straightaway. Now, all that battling is going to open the door for the likes of Beckett Friesen and Santiago Duran to get back up front. Here comes another attempt from Skinner. Another crossover from Justin Music. This time, Graham Trammell's going to follow, and Trammell gets into second. Skinner back to third.
Yeah, and we'll see just how quick Trammell is to pull the trigger. See, Justin Music probably won't know how far back Trammell came from, but we will know the speed that Arcane Motorsports entry will have. His teammate now looking and trying to push as now Music goes defensive into the back hairpin. That will slow all of them up on exit, and it will allow Skinner maybe to try a little bit of a crossover. Not going to happen. So all 3 of those guys getting backed up a little bit here, and that might allow that second group to start to pull in. As we can see, Santiago Duran has moved himself up into 4th.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that defensive driving by Justin Music. You wouldn't think he'd block a teammate halfway through a main event, but he obviously felt like it was just an odd run through turn 4 and 5. That was the reason for that, because he didn't defend anywhere else, and now he's got himself a car length cushion again.
Yeah, now you can see Music kind of flexing his muscles a little bit. That last stop was a little bit off for him. As they come down the back straightaway again, Trammell stays in line. Skinner stays in line. They're both not really close enough to make an attempt outside of an aggressive dive-bobbing maneuver, and it might not be worth it at this point. Just ride behind. They all 3 seem to have pretty good pace, at least compared to the karts behind them. So if you're Landon Skinner, maybe you try to avoid getting passed by the 2 teammates, but otherwise, Trammell and Music might be content to just stay in line and work together.
Yeah, I mean, Graham Trammell's not really showing any kind of interest in peeking the nose out to the lead just yet. He's seemingly happily enough riding there in second. Landon Skinner, I think, is settled into third for the moment. Back to Santiago Duran. He was a 10th better than them last time, 10th and a half better than Justin Music. He's needing more battling, but if he gets just a little bit of it, he'll be able to get back up. And what a great comeback drive for Santiago Duran to have that kind of speed out of the AR Academy OTK to be back and go way back to the outside edge of the top 10 and then go forward. And how about this? Teammates colliding a little bit. An awkward pass there in turn 1 kind of sent Music up the racetrack. But we've got a new leader. Graham Trammell showing the way out of turn number 3.
Yeah, Graham Trammell there, a good run out of turn 3, and he takes the lead in turn 1. But now that battling is going to bring Santiago Duran a little bit closer. And as you see, Landon Skinner's going to go lead. So with all of this battling, you're seeing the front pack getting more and more consolidated. You can see now coming onto the screen is Santiago Duran. He's now only about 10 or 11 kart lengths back from this lead group. And so the more they battle, the more Duran continues to run really fast laps, the more you're going to see him get closer and closer. Now you're going to get to a point where if you're Landon Skinner, it might be better off just to kind of back everyone up a little bit and try to bring even more, because you know Duran's going to come and you want to try to get as much of an open race as possible.
So through turn 4 and 5 for Landon Skinner and company. Down the backstretch we go. Santiago Duran only a second back. He's going to get even closer now as Tremel goes back to the lead. Music going to go through to second. Here comes Santiago Duran. Beckett Friesen's not terribly far back. Neither is Diego Guillo, Tyler Roberts, Preston Pico. Heck, even Matthew Duquette in ninth went purple last time by. So the whole top 9 are all close enough that if this continues, it'll be a big party up front. Tremel with a crossover on Music. Skinner going to go as well. Here comes Duran for third.
Yeah, Duran going to try to get into there. And just like we saw with Graham Trammell, he arrives on the scene, is a little bit more patient, and now we'll see what happens here. So Santiago Duran, your outside pole sitter, has found the pace in the middle part of this main event and is now right there in the lead pack.
Justin Music with a little defensive move into turn number 8. Now Duran sends it in turn 6, sends it into 7 and 8, and Music gives way. And now the kid who's led most of this race is back battling for third as he fights back on Duran in turn number 1. Beckett Friesen still lurking in. Duran says, look, man, I've driven you down from 3 seconds. Let me go. And he gets the spot back in 2.
Yeah, this is exactly what you do not want to see if you're Santiago Duran and Justin Music. Every pass is taking away 2/10 or so. And you can see Duran frantically trying to get Music to understand. But at this point, if they make 1 or 2 more passes, it might just take them out of winning contention. As Music goes through the grass there, almost lost it, but he'll stay in 4th for now.
Yeah, good save there by Justin Music. Meanwhile, your leaders update here coming down the front stretch. Where's the gap back to that group? It's 1.6 seconds now for Landon Skinner and Graham Trammell. There's a look at the gap. That's what all that battling for 3rd and 4th gifted these front 2 drivers. There's still plenty of time left, but Santiago Duran's probably going, man, I just did this gap. It took me 5 laps to get here, and now you're telling me I got to go do it again?
Yeah, at this point, Santiago Duran just has to feel like he can't get anything to go his way here in the final. Started on the front row, got shuffled back, made up all that time, got all the way up to the lead group, and now he's going to have to make up a 2.5 seconds here. You can see he's already putting a little bit of a gap to at least the second half of that group. Music's coming with them, but now across the line we'll get a good indication of their pace. Not quite good enough, only a couple hundredths better than the lead pair, so we'll have to find quite a bit more than that in the last few laps to be able to get up to the front 2.
Yeah, I don't know how much of his stuff he's used up, how much he's heated up those tires, pushing to catch up to the leaders. And again, we knew Graham Trammell was quick because he hunted the top 2 down himself. Now with him leading them, they're going faster than they've gone all race long. Trammell and Skinner set their personal best last time by, so they're not leaving much much room on the table for Duran to get there. But this lap looked pretty good because Skinner fell off the back of Trammell. Music is there. He's pushing Duran, and they did make up some time. 2/10 better for Duran or for Music at least, and Duran picked up about a 0.5 off of the race leader and 2 off of the guy in second.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. All of this is dependent on who gets better help, because if Skinner can keep up and stay right there pushing along Graham Trammell, that might be the difference in this race. And the same thing goes for Justin Music. If he can help Duran down the straightaways, that will probably be enough to at least give him a couple of tenths on both the back straightaway and the front straightaway. So whoever gets the better help is going to make the difference here. As you can see, Duran coming down the straightaway. It looks like he's made up a little bit more time here. Indeed, a 38.2. That's another 2/10 on the back. He's now only 1.2 seconds off of the lead.
Yeah, and he's almost there where he can get the toe again from Landon Skinner. Justin Music trying to hang on strong in 4th, who's led laps early in this one. The 852's had a really solid and consistent run this weekend. Was looking for a breakout star level weekend, but he's just a tick off the pace of those AR Academy drivers in Landon Skinner and Santiago Duran, especially Duran here with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. But we know it's going to get hairy. All you got to do is stay close, and you've got a shot. Down the front stretch for Graham Trammell a 38.55, a 38.3 for Duran and Music, a 38.2 for Matthew Duquette further back. They are on the way. As much as they've tried to kind of mitigate any loss of the gap they've built up by not passing, it's still coming down regardless. Down the backstretch for Graham Tremmel and Landon Skinner, they look back at 7/10 to Santiago Duran.
Yeah, at this point, if you're a Matthew Duquette or a Diego Guillot back in the middle part of the top 10, you are the best friend of Santiago Duran. You are pulling for him as hard as you can from about a second and a half back, because if they get to those front two, it's going to allow the whole rest of that top 10 to have a shot at this, as Landon Skinner again smartly sees the threat from Duran coming from behind, and he'll take back over the lead. You do not want to be the guy that is second when you have a group chasing you down, and in this case, Skinner decides to get to the lead, and now he'll kind of try to work from in front.
Down the backstretch we go. Landon Skinner, Graham Tremmel, single file still. Tremmel not going to go back on him yet. Duran only a half car length away from Graham Tremmel here, not close enough to dive into the final two corners. But 45 seconds plus 2 laps to go. They know this is towards the end. This is crunch time. 23 laps completed. Landon Skinner, the leader to turn number 1.
Yeah, this has been a heater so far for Santiago Duran. He has had so much pace to chase them down, and now we have a 4-kart battle for the race win. Landon Skinner continuing to run comfortably up at the front. Graham Tremmel's now trying to settle into second. He'll look back and see that Duran is already there, as Duran takes a ton of curve coming over through turn number 4 and 5 as they come down the back straightaway into the corner. There you can see
Music.
Justin Music makes an outstanding move to get himself into third. That will split up the group momentarily again. And now Justin Music has used Santiago Duran to get back into the lead race, and now he feels this is his time to go.
Yeah, through turn number 1 here for Vulture Racing Engines KA100 Junior. Landon Skinner going to start to defend down low. 2 laps to go, and continues to block low through turn number 3. Justin Music still right there on the bumper. Looked like for a moment he had to find some more speed. He's found it, and his teammate is pressuring Skinner to defend all the way to the low side into 8. Music goes high last second. Duran still following along there over to turn 8. No doors opened yet for Graham Tremmel. He wants that first career regional win at the Texas Sprint Series. He's got a nose to the inside. White flag in the air. Tremmel through the dirt. Skinner running him low, and he'll clear himself into turn number 1.
That was a little bit sketchy by Landon Skinner, but it works out for him. Now coming into turn 2, Music going to throw it to the inside of his teammate. Get the job done now. He'll be right on the bumper of Skinner coming into 3. Here comes Landon Skinner. They're going to go side by side into the chicane. This might not work out, but it does move Justin Music up to the race lead.
Justin Music leading now, just 3 corners away. Santiago Duran is there. The rest of the pack is caught up. Beckett Friesen is there. Graham Tremmel gets booted sideways out of the spot by Matthew Duquette, who came out of nowhere, but onto the front stretch. Welcome to the winner's circle. Justin Music is a race winner here in Denton.
Wow, what a move in the final lap. Gets it into the final chicane. Justin Music, that was gutsy, but it paid off for him. Santiago Duran makes it back up to second, and Matthew Duquette from throughout to third with the fastest lap in the process. What a race from all 3 of your podium sitters.
And a big round of applause from the scale house coming for Justin Music here. He's got a lot of friends, calls North Texas Kartways home, and no better place than at your home racetrack to get your first career big-time win, and in spectacular fashion as well. A great run there for Justin Music. For the North Texas Kartway skyline here, it's fully dark, the lights are on, and we've got 4 more classes to run. Open shifter up next, followed up by 206 Cadet, 206 Junior, and KA Senior. Victor Racing open shifter onto the racetrack here for their one and only warm-up lap. Jordan Musser pulled away nicely in that final heat race today, but last night around this time under the lights, it was all about Chris Jennings on the Magic Kart, who went from last to first to win heat number 2. So with the track conditions similar to last night, we've cooled the temperatures off probably about 15 degrees on the ambient temperature, about maybe 30 to 40 degrees cooler on the track temperature. Of course, no sun baking down at all. So with the air cooler as well, it just all factors into a different condition than what these guys have been driving in the warm-up today. And of course, even that third heat race, night and day, literally the difference here from heat 3 to the main.
Yeah, certainly. And Chris Jennings, the most critical part is he will start on the front row. We were a little bit questionable about that after he had the mechanical failure in heat number 3 after contact with Rob Clenard. But alas, he does start in that second spot. So now Rod Clenard third, Landon Wilkins in fourth. Both of them have had the pace at certain points to challenge the top 2, but it certainly seems like a Jordan Musser versus Chris Jennings showdown here in Shifter.
This is a physical racetrack already. You add in the fastest, most physical beast we have in shifter karts, and it's even tougher as they get away down to turn number 1. Jordan Musser leads, Jennings second. Clenard, a little bobble there coming out of the first corner. Wilkins couldn't take advantage. But I think the big reason here why it's so tough to be consistent is you've got to hang on. I mean, 15 minutes plus 2 laps. This is going to feel like an eternity for these guys and really test their physical strength and stamina. Down to 8 already. Jennings forcing Musser to go defensive here through that first hairpin. We might have a good little battle on our hands as we come to complete lap number 1.
This has got to be one of the toughest racetracks to drive a shifter on just because of how tight it is and how much there is. But look to the inside goes Chris Jennings for the race lead. He gets the job done. Move him ahead of Jordan Musser into turn 1 on lap number 2.
So Chris Jennings, the leader on the Magic Kart. Musser back to second. Still early, cold tires and all, and they've got to worry about managing that Avinco red rubber that they've got. The softer tire compound that they use can overheat a little bit easier, can degrade a little bit easier than the Avinco blues used in the rest of the classes. For Jennings, Musser, Clenard, and then Landon Wilkins still kind of hanging on. But like we mentioned, that's what's been normal for us, to see those 2 guys there at the start. And then as Jennings and Musser start to really clock in fast laps, they start to edge away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's all about the consistency. Jennings and Musser have found a way to stay in rhythm over the course of the race, whereas Clenard and to a lesser degree Wilkins have fallen off, and in Wilkins' case just has not found that ultimate pace. But really, these top 4 are a cut ahead of the rest of the field. Already you can see that gap forming between them and Noah's Ark, who had a good moment in the heat race but just kind of struggled to find that outright pace, and now already struggling a little bit here in the final. But so far, well, it's a 4-kart breakaway at the front, led by the Magic Kart of Chris Jennings.
Jordan Musser loses a little bit more that time. Jennings a 36.3, 36.66 for Jordan Musser. 3/10 slower than Chris Jennings that time. Rod Clenard another 3/10 off. Landon Wilkins was actually a little bit faster than his fellow Magic Kart pilot in the fight for third in that final spot on the podium. Big airtime for the young kid. He's close. Big run. Look into the inside, and Clenard going to let him go there into turn number 8.
Yeah, Wilkins with a nice move there. He used a lot of curve in the chicane, and it hooked up for him. I don't know exactly how much they can take and still be 4 tires in, but that was right on the limit for Landon Wilkins. We'll see how it pays off for him that lap of 36.4. He's running a pace comparable to what Jordan Musser's doing and a little bit slower than what Chris Jennings is at the front.
Through turn number 2 and 3, Jordan Musser already watching Jennings pull away. I mean, Chris Jennings is flat flying right now, Emery. That last lap, another half second over the rest of the field.
Yeah, I mean, you wonder just how well they have that kart set up at night, because in the day it's been more along about Jordan Musser doing really well, but at night no one has been able to match the pace of Chris Jennings.
Landon Wilkins was even a little bit better than Jordan Musser last time by. This time he had a big wiggle, though, coming onto the front stretch and cost himself some valuable momentum. But if he can kind of put it all together lap to lap, Landon Wilkins might even be able to get himself up to second, because he's got a better fast lap of the session. Musser at 36.50, and Wilkins a 36.48. But a big wiggle there as well through the turn 4-5 complex. That won't help.
Yeah, you can tell Landon Wilkins is really on edge, and when he gets it right, like we saw that one time through the chicane, he's absolutely flying. The problem is he's got to put it together lap after lap, and you can see him just struggling a bit to get the rear to grip, and you can see Rod Clenard is now right on his tail going into turn number 1.
Yeah, into 1. Clenard let him go earlier, had been just kind of following at his tire tracks the last few laps, but the last two have not been good for Landon. He was 2.5 tenths slower than Rod Clenard last time by, and nearly a full half second slower than Jordan Musser, who has picked up the pace. So not a good start out of the gate for Musser, but that last lap was good enough to close the margin back up to Chris Jennings.
Yeah, it is a long race. Still almost 11 minutes plus 2 laps to go. That's almost twice as much laps in the finals as we're getting in the heat races. So that is a lot of time, especially on these soft tires like you mentioned originally. Like, there is so much time to see the race continue to play out, and you can see Musser these last couple laps kind of come in a rhythm. Picked up 3 tenths that last time by and continues to chase down Chris Jennings.
Through the turn 4-5 complex, down the back straightaway, Jordan Musser, again, not quick out of the gate, lost the lead from the pole, but he's reeling the leader back in. 3 tenths better last time by, and the fast lap of the session overall honors. Looks even better this time. The 2:16 is moving, 8th complete, a 36 flat to the leader at a 36.2. That's another 2-tenth gain. It is 6 tenths of a second now between first and second.
Yeah, Jordan Musser absolutely flying here. Feels so comfortable. You can watch him. Just looks like he's running so smooth. Not too much curve, just enough. And you can see on the exits, he is really gaining on Chris Jennings right now.
Yeah, I mean, he is closing up quite a bit. Out of turn at number 6 that time. The gap, maybe call it 4 or 5 car lengths, maybe a little more. I think Jennings is still getting quicker as well, and he might have stabilized the margin that time. He did. In fact, he opened it back up, a 35.95. The first lap in the 35-second bracket for the open shifters presented by Victor Racing tonight.
Yeah, and it really looks like Chris Jennings has the ability to at least match what Musser's doing. It's just going to come down to who can hit their marks more consistently and hold on to these tires for almost what it will probably amount to be about a 27-lap race here. It's
still just so interesting to me, Emery, here, that the swing in lap times at this place. I mean, guys are going sometimes a full second better from lap 10 back to lap number 3. Normally you see maybe a couple tenths pick up, but to go that much faster as the race progresses and then fall off a bit is wild.
Yeah, it's really interesting to me, and especially around a track that's this short. Like, we're talking about massive gains and losses over 1 or 2 laps, and I really do think some of it has to do with the grip level of the surface, but also some of it's just down to kind of the profile of the corner and just the confidence you can gain through the chicanes as well as the 2 hairpins. Like, that's a lot of time you can gain or lose just based off of the braking and the cornering speed, which maybe some of their tracks are more just kart dependent and setup dependent, whereas this you can really find the confidence in the go-kart.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing about all the character this track has with the bumps and the kind of non-traditional racing lines you have to take. I mean, you've got, bank corners where you throw it in. Sometimes in the lower horsepower classes, they don't even get all the way down to the inside apex. They just carry the speed through the banking. Then you've got corners where you really got to point and shoot the wheel, like turns 4 and 5 or 7 and 8 as well. So just the mix of everything else makes it definitely a big driver's track, I would say, even being a short circuit at only 8 turns in length. Unlike, let's say, the now defunct Ocala Grand Prix that had a lot of the same type of corner after corner, and you weren't really up on any curbing as well, so you're leaning on the go-kart the whole way through.
Yeah, I mean, when I looked at this track for the first time, I thought it reminded me a lot of Ocala in the sense that you have just so many turns after turns after turns, but this track is a lot more driver-dependent and just kind of trusting the go-kart, absolutely just sending it in, whereas Ocala, kind of more technical, kind of more exit-dependent. There's a lot of these corners where you just kind of just have to kind of trust that the kart's going to grip and just chuck it in there, if that makes sense.
Well, Jordan Musser is definitely doing just that. A 35.99. He's going to be close enough to actually chuck it in there for the lead. A car length back as they come onto the front stretch. I don't think he's close enough in turn 1, but as we get past the halfway mark, 7 minutes to go, 8 complete so far, plus 2 laps in the Victor Racing Open Shifter main event. Jordan Musser applying a little pressure here to Chris Jennings. Jennings definitely can hear him now as that Beryl Art revs up right behind him.
Yeah, you could really tell Jordan Musser finding a rhythm here over the course of this race. The last few laps, he's kind of been a little bit more and more on edge, but now he is within range of Chris Jennings. And like you mentioned, Jennings will have probably been able to hear him at this point. He knows that Musser is there, and it's all down to just hitting your marks lap after lap. Again, Jennings, ever since Musser got within a couple kart lengths, he's picked back up the pace quite a bit.
Yeah, he is definitely pushing for more. You can see a little bobble there for Jennings in the middle of turn number 2. Just had one driver pull into the scale line early, and that was unfortunately A.J. Chapman. So the 225 has pulled in, and I believe that may have been just because he was on the verge of getting lapped by the leaders. As there's a pass for the lead. Musser gets through in turn 6.
Very smooth move there from Jordan Musser. Did not have to send it too hard on the brakes, but he gets the job done, and now coming down the main straightaway for the first time since lap 1, Jordan Musser will lead a lap coming into turn number 1.
Now Chris Jennings gets to follow and see if he can learn a little bit of what Jordan Musser did to hunt him back down, and if he can find any weak points. Right on him there through turn 3. Doesn't get as good of a launch on the exit. Here's the difference in line. Look how much more Jordan Musser's jumping through there, and Chris Jennings almost looked down like, man, I really am going to have to jump. You're hitting those curbs. I have to hit them to keep up with you. Ugh.
Well, we talked about it yesterday. You get to a certain point of the weekend, and you have to realize that the body might hurt tomorrow. You might go into work at 9 in the morning and hate your life, but at the end of the day, if it gets you a win, it's worthwhile.
Well, he's about 4 car lengths away, and watching that wind drive further and further off into the Texas night sky, because 5 minutes plus 2 laps doesn't give you a lot of time to kind of catch your breath and then make that charge forward. He's got to stay right with Jordan Musser right now. There he goes, a little better through the turn 4-5 complex as they rocket down the back straightaway.
Yeah, you can see there a little bit more curve. Still not as much as Musser used on that last lap, but you can see now Jennings up on the wheel, Musser up on the wheel as well. You can see the uncertainty into the braking zone, grabbing that downshift, and you can see they are both pushing for as much as those karts have here. 35.9s for both of them, and Jennings seems to have weathered the storm, although he hits the curb in turn 1. I don't think that was really good for him as he lost about a kart length or so.
Yeah, not ideal there in turn 1 or 2. Musser looks a little better in the first couple corners on the racetrack. Jennings pretty good, I think, through the chicane there and really towards the back half. He looks to be a little bit stronger, but very even. I mean, 400s apart on the lap times. Last time by, he's staying with him. Stride for stride, Chris Jennings right there, keeping Jordan Musser honest as they rocket onto the front stretch. It'll be 18 laps complete with 4 minutes plus 2 laps still remaining.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is it looks like Musser seems to come a little bit easier for him since Jennings is having to push the kart quite a bit in the braking zone. You can see the uncertainty. You can see the kart kind of wiggle around both on entry as well as on the acceleration on exit as he grabs gears. And I think that might have an effect as we get to the very end of the race on the tire wear, but we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, out of turn number 6, Jordan Musser a car length up on Chris Jennings through 4 and 5. Jennings a little bit closer than where he was last lap. Not a great drive out of the last turn, but not a terrible one either. That gap opens back up again through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, you can see Jennings obviously a little bit too early on the turn there. He almost clipped the curve again. Through 2, though, a better run into 3. This is where you start to see Chris Jennings flex his muscles a little bit there. Musser gains a little bit on exit through the chicane, though. You can see this has been a good lap so far from Jordan Musser. We'll see what Jennings can do in the backside to kind of recuperate.
Yeah, Jordan Musser, I think one of his best points compared to Jennings has got to be getting out of this last corner right here. The way Musser's kart points and launches, he's normally able to pull away from Chris Jennings and power that all the way down the front stretch to turn number 1, the longest straightaway on this racetrack. So that right there alone normally gives him a little bit, and he eked out about 400s over Jennings last time by. But Jennings, big run through 2, stays close through 3, eats that gap back up once again.
Yeah, Jennings there, you can see he took a lot of curve out of the chicane. I don't think that worked out. He lost a little bit on exit. Now he's going to have to try to get that back to the hairpin. He is better through this back section of the track, but you get to that last corner, and like you mentioned, Xander, Musser's kart just points so easily, and it helps him all the way down the straightaway.
Yeah, down to turn number 1 again for Jordan Musser. That time, 1/100th better Chris Jennings. I mean, these guys are dead on even when it comes to did, and the go-kart did as well. As the race has gone on, he's only gotten better, and he is still staying fast enough to pull away from Jennings.
Yeah, you can see Jordan Musser just has so much confidence at this point in the race with that kart. Musser continuing to find that little last bit of rhythm here, and it really seems like Jennings has tried everything. He's had the laps to be able to keep up with Musser, but consistency-wise, Musser just stays that little bit ahead. And now you can see at the end of the race, like I mentioned earlier, that little bit of extra power that Jennings had to put into it, the little bit of extra turning that Jennings had to do is kind of catching up to him now, as he's not quite had the pace over the last couple laps to keep up with Musser.
Yeah, it just hasn't had it to be able to challenge him all the way. Would have loved to see a good battle to the end, but for Jordan Musser, he probably prefers this style of outcome as they head across the line. Double sticks in the air, 2 laps to go for Jordan Musser and Chris Jennings. Rod Clenard third. Again, Landon Wilkins a little ways back from Clenard aboard the Magic. They are third and fourth and pretty much separated on their own. Noah Zarsk in fifth, and then a couple seconds back to Juan David Gomez. No changes through the rest of the field while we've kept our focus up at the front. And all about this guy here this weekend, it feels like. Over the course of it all, Jordan Musser has been the best average. Chris Jennings, the only one to challenge him truthfully, but Musser's been just that bit better over the total run of the sessions.
Yeah, Chris Jennings put up a very valiant fight tonight, and obviously he'll have last night to look back on as a really incredible outing from him. But today and tonight and this whole weekend in general, it's been all about Jordan Musser. Musser has found the pace when he's needed to. He hasn't always been the quickest kart on track, but if you look up there at any given point, he's been in the top 2. And really for him, he's come alive down the stretch of this race and looks set to take another very commanding victory.
So to turn 7 and 8 for the final time here at North Texas Kartway for the Texas Sprint Racing Series and Victor Racing Open Shifter, Jordan Musser. Double fist in the air and the double number ones to the night sky. He wins an Open Shifter. Chris Jennings second. And then all the way back we will see the rest of the spread out field. There's Rod Clenard. He'll cross the line in third. Landon Wilkins to come around and finish in fourth. Noah Zarsk on the Dallas Karting Complex Sodi Kart. He's just coming out of the final 2 turns, as well as Juan David Gomez on the CRG. So double checkers flying, another session down. 3 more races are still headed your way, folks. 206 Cadet, 206 Junior, and then Exertech KA Senior. All to come next here on Kart Chaser. All right, kept clothing 206 Cadet onto the racetrack. Emmett Eddles trying to close out the mission. He's done a great job here this weekend to put himself on the pole for the main event. He's joined on that front row by Aston Wyatt in the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Beryl Art. And we'll be looking to challenge him and hopefully get a good start from the outside lane. It's been hit or miss for everyone so far here tonight, Emery. Sometimes that lane pays a big price. Sometimes it's able to even get the lead.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we've seen at the start of these races, the outside, especially during the day, was able to get the whole shot quite a few times, but at night, it's a different beast. We've seen the last few starts mostly going towards the inside, so that would favor Emmett Eddles and also would favor Tanner Barsh, who's already picked up 1 win and will start in the 3rd position.
Tyrone Kemper Jr. will line up on the outside of him, looking for a little bit of a better send-off on the long drive back to Louisiana. as, again, we watched him lead a bit and then unfortunately go all the way down a lap down in fourth on that crazy rain tire, slick tire hybrid mini Swift main event. Then row 3, you got Chris Tracy on that GFC Trackside Karting Services machine. The Houston, Texas-based team has had Tracy running pretty good this week, along with local hero Emerson Lane in the 150, who goes to the outside of row number 3.
Yeah, and looking down the rest of the grid, you got Drew Bellm in 7th, Cardor Melbrent in 8th, Dutch Westbrook 9th, Theodore Mitchell 10th, Will Stevens rounding out your grid here in the 11th spot. As we get set to go here for 206 Cadet, one of the more exciting Heat 3s of the day. We'll see how the final goes and if it can live up to that level of intensity.
Yeah, let's see if it will, as it's nice and slow. They just need a good attempt here. They need to wait till the punch-off cones before they get going a little bit early. I don't think we're going to get it on this time. I'd be surprised if we do. We do. Wow, green flag into turn number 1. I wasn't sure they were going to like it, and it gets a little bit gnarly there as down the inside. Chris Tracy and I believe Emerson Lane got a little bit sideways, but great start for Emmett Eddles to the lead. Tanner Barsh to second, Tracy third, Aston Wyatt slots into 4th.
Yeah, bad start there for the outside lane, and the big loser from that looks to be Tyrone Kemper Jr., who's lost a couple spots there, all the way down to 6th or 7th, and you can see all the way down. There goes Emerson Lane back to the inside. That's on your mini Swift winner in Sawyer.
No, that's on Drew Blem there on the Nitro Kart.
Sorry, my bad.
Drew Blem in the 215.
Yeah, Drew Blem there on the 215, getting past there on board the Nitro Kart. Similar color, similar number, different driver. So you look down, there goes Chris Tracy down the inside into 2nd spot there. He gets by Tanner Barsh, and Tracy already trying to pick up where he left off in heat number 3.
Yeah, Chris Tracy, P2. Again, Tanner Barsh, P3. Aston Wyatt, P4. And that gap for Emmett Eddles, my goodness, as he jumped out of the starting gates. Emmett Eddles firing off with a 6/10 lead at the end of lap 1. It could be over a second here by the end of lap number 2.
This is very reminiscent of last night where Eddles was able to get out to a big gap and just hang on to it for the entire rest of the race. We'll see what he does here. It's a longer race, a lot longer. They're already a bit more organized behind him, but a great start nonetheless for the MSL Racing driver.
Yeah, Emmett Eddles now a 1.1 second lead to Chris Tracy. Let's see, with the 3 of these kids lined up, can they hunt down the MSL Racing 216? It's led off by that black and white GFC entry of Chris Tracy on the Trackside Karting Services tent with Tanner Barsh right behind in the 251. He'll close up to the rear bumper of his teammate and try to give him a little love tap before the hairpin to push him further up the road, as they've already got a big margin to try and cut down. It looks like they might have made a little bit of progress this lap.
Yeah, if they haven't made any progress, it's been only a little bit. As you can see, Eddles still has quite the margin. Chris Tracy stays in second. He looks to have quite a bit of pace leading them, as yes, you can see about even, but down the list, Tyrone Kemper Jr. goes purple from 5th. He's almost caught back up to this group from 2nd to 4th.
How about that for Tyrone Jr.? Terrible start, didn't let it bother him. He picked up a couple spots already from where he was, and now he's right on the rear of Aston Wyatt. So Tyrone Kemper Jr., that time he was 4/10 faster than race leader Emmett Eddles with a big toe, and it'll be even better this time as he closes up to the back of that group of 3.
Yeah, they're all working well together. You can see this time it still looks like it's about even, so Eddles doing all he needs to do to keep out in front. Not quite as much this time. He looks like he made a mistake out of the final corner, but you can still see they're all trying to get in line here. You can see Barsh back in 3rd, Wyatt in 4th, and Kemper for the 2nd lap in a row goes purple from P5.
Over to turn number 2, Chris Tracy, 2-3 car lengths up on Tanner Barsh. Aston Wyatt trying to give Tyrone Jr. some space, but Kemper really only just got the nose inside, so no pass made, and they lose a couple car lengths in the process.
Yeah, this is a track that really punishes you for those half-pass attempts. You can see Kemper got all the way up to Wyatt, did not make the move, though, and he'll have to regroup, and both of them will have to chase back down.
Oh, that's a nice move.
That is a nice move. He gets by him, but now they're going to have to chase down Tanner Barsh and Chris Tracy, who have kind of split the group into 2 different groups here, and allow them to introduce Emerson Lane and Drew Bloom onto the scene here in 6th and 7th.
Yeah, Tyrone Jr. with that slick pass going into turn 7. Gets himself 1 spot closer to the podium and the potential race win. The good news is I don't think he'll have to do all the heavy lifting, because last time by, Chris Tracy purple, a 41.897. That was 0.2 better than the race leader, with Aston Wyatt pushing him and with the top three closing back up. They'll begin to battle sooner rather than later. So it's the Trackside Karting Services duo of Chris Tracy and Tanner Barsh, single file hunting down that MSL Racing entry of Emmett Eddles to turn number 1.
Yeah, Eddles getting faster and faster, but the group behind him still finding just that little bit more pace, and you can see Chris Tracy now started to drop Tanner Barsh 0.2 that last time, up to half a second now gap. And you can see Tracy's making the job a lot easier for himself. He's almost up to the draft of Emmett Eddles, but in the process, he's kind of left Tanner Barsh behind.
Yeah, as you go down the back straightaway, Tanner Barsh, you can see, is almost as far back from Chris Tracy as Tracy is now from Eddles. And it was really just, the last lap. I mean, he was still pretty good, a 41.9. That matched his best in Tanner Barsh. It was matching the leader. It's just not faster than the leader. Tracy still is. Another look over his shoulder. Sees back that he's got a little gap, but he lost some time that time by a 41.90 to a 41.82. Eddles pulls the gap back to 0.7.
How about Tyrone Kemper Jr., though? When he has been in clean air, he's been able to be the fastest kart on the track more times than not. And he's going to have to try to get his way around Tanner Barsh here, because it really looks like Barsh and Tracy have some decent pace, but maybe not quite enough consistency to get themselves back up to Emmett Eddles unless they all work together. But right now, the way they're spaced out, really, they're all just kind of having the reference, but not really helping each other.
Yeah, as they go through 6, 7, and 8, yeah, nobody able to really get any bit of a push. I mean, a little bit of a toe, I think, this time for Tyrone Kemper Jr., and he's able to use that to reset the fast time. 41.47 for Tyrone Kemper Jr., 0.4 better than the race leader. And the 241 is now only a car length back from the podium as Tanner Barsh right up there in that red and white Beryl art with the blue underglow.
Yeah, these last couple laps, Chris Tracy kind of fell out of rhythm just a little bit. It's allowed Tanner Barsh to get back up there, but Tyrone Kemper Jr., the fastest kart on the racetrack, has almost caught these two, and he's bringing Ashton Wyatt along with him. Wyatt has not had the pace to stay right up there with him, but he's close enough that at one move will bring him back into the drafting range.
So as we go down to turn number 1, Tyrone Kemper Jr. all over the bumper at Tanner Barsh, half a kart away still, and then gets back to him by the end of each little chute. So when can he pull the trigger to go through to third? Can he get to second? Tyrone Kemper Jr. on the charge. And again, Aston Wyatt is still there. He's followed Kemper Jr. back forward to this group. This will help bring him even closer as Barsh ascend to the inside of Chris Tracy. It's almost successful. They're side by side, but now he's on the outside for 7. Kemper tries to get through, can't, and they're all going to get bottled up onto the straightaway. Aston Wyatt looking for 2 spots. He's still side by side for third.
This is exactly what Emmett Eddles needed. That little bit of fighting gave him an extra half a second cushion, and there's still a lot of racing left to go, but that is a lot to overcome now, because now the gap is right back up where it started at 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, all that work there for Tyrone Kemper Jr. to get himself back up to the front, and one just miscued pass that was really from the miscue pass in front of him sends him back down the order to 5th and further away from the race leader, and all of it has given Emmett Eddles some more breathing room once again. 1.2 seconds now for Emmett Eddles. Back to the rest of the field.
Yeah, Eddles continues to run very consistent. Last time a 41.805. This time a 41.768. The lap before 41.724. All 3 laps within a 10th. He's pulled out another 2/10 to Chris Tracy there. The fastest kart on the racetrack that last time through was your leader and the MSL Racing number 216.
Yeah, let's see if that stays the same this time as well. Tracy, I think, is going to have some pressure coming. Here comes Aston Wyatt. He wants second. In turn 8, he will take it, and Tanner Barsh will follow through to third.
Yeah, this time Barsh makes it cleanly through. Now, Wyatt did not lose too much time with that pass, but he'll be the one charged with leading this group, which, to be honest, doesn't seem too encouraging considering the fact that he kind of lost Tyrone Kemper, and Tanner Barsh is going to go straight by him now into turn 1. All of this battling continues to slow down the group, but Barsh is now into second place.
Yeah, they had a shot to maybe run down Emmett Eddles earlier, and then they got battling for third, and Tracy lost ground. Now he tries to move on Wyatt. Doesn't work. And all the while, that gap is now 1.6 seconds for Emmett Eddles. here at home looking for a big-time win.
Yeah, we'll see what the times are this time around, but Eddles certainly has quite the gap now. Tanner Barsh is comfortable in that second spot, but might not be quick enough as Tyrone Kemper Jr. back into the fourth spot. He gets by Chris Tracy, whose slide continues down through the order. A personal best for Eddles of 41.630. 4/10 clear of what Tanner Barsh was able to do. He is flying right now, and no one seems to be able to touch the MSL Racing entry.
Yeah, 2.1 seconds for Tanner Barsh up to Emmett Eddles, and he's got more than just that gap to worry about opening up because Aston Wyatt's there, and Tyrone Kemper Jr., having gotten around Chris Tracy a few laps ago, is still there and ready to challenge as well. Through turn 8 we go, single file. They're working together, or at least attempting to for the moment, but when do they start passing? When they realize that it's not working in the formation that they're in, that the leader is still pulling away, that even sixth place Emerson Lane is tracking them down a little bit.
How about the 2 laps in a row, 41.638, 41.630. The local kid, Emmett Eddles, just staying consistent as we've got contact for second. Wyatt gets into the back bumper of Tanner Barsh, and while nothing really comes of it, it will not help their continued forward efforts.
Yeah, that was just an awkward little deal in turn number 2. I don't know if Barsh had to really get out of the throttle center of the corner or if Wyatt just got in too hot, but no change in position and no harm, no foul, really. This time by 4.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go in the kept clothing 206 cadet class. Chris Tracy, a lot of speed he carried through turn 7, washed out wide, and he'll lose a little time on exit as Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Aston Wyatt both close up super close there to Tanner Barsh for second.
Yeah, you could almost see maybe a little bit of an overdrive there from Chris Tracy trying to get all that he can there to the inside. Kemper's going to try it. Wyatt doesn't leave him much space, and it does not work out. So these groups starting to get a little bit anxious trying to battle here, but the pace of Tanner Barsh just simply not enough to catch the front race leader of Emmett Eddles, and at this point you might as well just try to battle it out for that second spot.
As the field comes over to turn 7 and 8, we'll go to the line here. 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Emmett Eddles, the race leader. Tanner Barsh, half a car length back to Aston Wyatt. He's got a run, pushes him all the way into turn number 1.
Yeah, already you can see Wyatt content to push at this point, maybe trying to work with Barsh, just seeing what he can do. Again, we've already seen these two guys work together once today. We'll see if they work together twice here in the 206 side of things. But at this point, it's not for a race win. It's only to try to get themselves away from Tyrone Kemper, which is not working well. And I think now Wyatt going to go in the defensive, which might turn into overtaking attempt. No. And Kemper's going to send it down the inside anyway and get by Ashton Wyatt coming into the back hairpin.
Yeah, Tyrone Kemper Jr. goes by for third. Wyatt falls now 3 car lengths back. Here's Chris Tracy closing back in again. He'll have an opportunity maybe in turn number 1. It'd be tight if he could. 3 minutes plus 2 laps still left. And Kemper Jr. has rebounded from his terrible start where he went backwards fast into a podium spot and looking for one more from Tanner Barsh. They've kind of evened out now to Emmett Eddles, only lost a 10th that time by. It's still 2.6 seconds, though, for the race leader in what was a very action-packed first half of this 206 main event. It has all been about the 216 since we've gotten past the halfway point.
Yeah, Emmett Eddles has pretty much been able to drive his own race. At one point, it looked like that second group was going to be able to hunt him down over the course of the last few laps. Barsh, they're pleading his case, trying to get them to work with him, but it's not doing too much. That last lap through, though, a best lap of the race for Tyrone Kemper Jr. Not going to be enough to catch the race leader, Emmett Eddles, but a battle for second could be in the process as we see Aston Wyatt losing a spot to Chris Tracy through turn 1.
Yeah, he'll fall back to the 5th position. Eddles 4th. 2nd and 3rd still nose to tail as they go down the backstretch. Tyrone Kemper Jr., Tanner Barsh fighting for the final 2 spots on the podium, and they've at least got those locked up if they're smart about it. If they can wait another lap or 2 before they really trade positions, it'll be tough now for Chris Tracy or Aston Wyatt to arrive because they're hitting their peak late in this one. Kemper Jr. said his fast lap of the race on lap 19 last time by. This time another good lap from both of them, even to the pace of Emmett Eddles, granted 2.6 seconds back.
Yeah, you can already see they've found a little bit of pace over these last few laps, but it's just not going to be enough to catch Emmett Eddles there, and Eddles has run a beautiful race. I mean, we're talking about 10 laps within about a 10th and a half of a second of each other. And now all that's really left to decide is the final 2 spots on the podium. And right now, you can see Kemper's been able to push away with Tanner Barsh this last lap or so. About half a second now back to Chris Tracy, and they're continuing to just build that gap. Actually, almost a second that last time around. It doesn't look quite as much this time around, but still a good lap from both of them.
Down the front stretch, the timer now gets less than a minute plus 2 laps on it. So that was 4 laps remaining here when the leaders went on by. 4 more times around North Texas Kartway for Kep Clothing 206 Cadet, Kemper Jr., Tanner Barsh on your screen. This is second and third. The leader, Emmett Eddles, up the road, 2.3 seconds away. They gained a lot on him last time, but he can take it easy. He just needs consistent laps all the way to the finish. Don't overdo it in the curbs. Don't blow a chain. Don't make any mistakes where you drop a tire. Just run at 90%, and you're going to cruise through to your first regional level victory.
Yeah, at this point, Emmett Ellis has it under control, just does not need to make a mistake. A 41.8 that last time through. So they close another 10th and a half, but at this rate, it is nowhere near enough. Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Tanner Barsh continue to set a pace that's a little bit quicker than what your leader is doing, but Chris Tracy and Ashton Wyatt are trying their best to get back up into the podium fight as they picked up another 2/10 on that last time around.
Down the backstretch, this time by, it'll be the 2 to go signal. Tyrone Kemper Jr. has been very patient behind Tanner Barsh. When do you want to make that move, Emery? You've seen plenty of the races here. Would you rather be the leader or the second in a duel on the final 2 laps?
I think you want to be the leader because you can block the first 3 corners effectively. You can block that back hairpin, and once you get to the main straightaway, it's hard to pull off that slingshot. There's no exact answer, but right now I think it's most comfortable in the position that Tanner Barsh is in, although saying that, he is under fire from Tyrone Kemper, and now he's under fire from both Chris Tracy and Ashton Wyatt.
Look at Tracy here. This might help him, though. When you get the pack that big, they can battle behind you. Tracy and Wyatt get through on Tyrone Kemper Jr., and now it's a big gap up to second as Tracy leaves the door open. Unfortunately, Tanner Barsh didn't look back. He didn't know they were not close enough, so he's just thinking mentally, all right, go on defensive mode. He would have been safe. Now as they go on the front stretch, he'll probably take a look back and see that they're close enough, and he's got to continue to defend. Final lap underway for Emmett Eddles. This is the fight for the podium. Down through 1. Nice crossover from Tracy, but he pops up on the left rear bumper of Tanner Barsh, and he falls to the wayside.
Yeah, you can see just a little bit too ambitious there for Chris Tracy. He did such a good job sliding that cart in there, but could not get the right angle for the crossover. Pops him over the rear bumper. All good and well for Tanner Barsh now, who's in second. You can see it's third and fourth Kemper as well as Wyatt working together, trying to catch back up to Barsh. Will it be enough? They're coming around now to the end, and you can see it's a 5-cart battle for the last 2 podium spots.
Emmett Eddles, what a phenomenal drive. He wins at home at North Texas Kartway. And across the line, side by side, all the way through that group, Barsh gets second, Wyatt gets third, Kemper Jr. fourth, and Tracy ends up in fifth. Emerson Lane arrived late on the scene to finish sixth. Drew Blem, seventh. Cadro Milbrandt, Theodore Mitchell, Will Stevens, Dutch Westbrook. But for the kid, Emmett the Beast, as he likes to get called, Eddles. It's a first career 206 Cadet Texas Sprint Racing Series win to my knowledge, and no better way to do it than what we've seen already here tonight at the racetrack, where it is right down the road from your home, where your friends and your family, if they're not watching online, they're able to come out and see it in person. And Emmett Eddles, a big-time confidence booster weekend for him with how good he's been all the way through.
Yeah, certainly. And we saw last night he was able to pull away and win by over 2 seconds. This time in the main event, twice as long. He wins by 5.3 seconds. A textbook effort of leading the race. Outstanding job by Emmett Eddles. He'll be absolutely thrilled with that one. And a solid shout out to Tanner Barsh and Ashton Wyatt too, pulling through in that absolute dogfight to get second and third. And those guys will end up with 2 double podiums on the night in both 206 Sportsman as well as Micro Swift. So a great effort from the 2 young guns.
We move on from that. 206 Junior presented by Seville Electrics on deck. And then your Exertech KA Seniors are making their way to the grid. It's almost time for the final 2 shows of the night. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
nigga, we don't got guns for $50 straight. What a freak, chopper on the seat. AK with a beam, what they eat, bust it on repeat. Nigga talking talk, but he's sweet. Had her on my hip, I just want it bust on my neck. Vegas on my tape.
Welcome back to the Texas Sprint Racing Series Spring Roundup. 2 more classes are still coming on your way. Seville Electric, 206 Junior on the racetrack. And we've got Josie Chambers and Derek Wargo on the front row. Reagan Seville and Sawyer Roussel on row number 2. Robert Arana and Jensen Harrell, row 3. Ava Blem and Shelby Ramirez. Afton Willander, Weston Credle, Landon Welker, Jonas Dovray, and Parker Fitz. But it's been a mix of a handful of different drivers, I would say, through the heats. Josie Chambers, obviously, on the pole has been the best of them all, but no one really stands out specifically to me, Emery, as the overall favorite into this one.
Yeah, certainly. This is one of the more interesting classes. We've had really 6, 7 drivers that have finished inside the top 3 at various points over the course of their heat races. And as we get now to the final, I mean, there's really no telling. Guys like Reagan Seville have had a lot of bumpy roads so far, including leaving the pits early in the final. But when he's been on it, he's been really quick. Same thing can be said for Sawyer Roussel, who's been really quick when he's avoided the incidents. Other guys like Jensen Harrell going to have to come from a little further back in the field, but we'll see what happens here as they get set to go for their final. Sir.
So here we go into the tram lanes as we get set to go green. 15 minutes plus 2 laps into the start box, and the green flag is out. We're racing down to turn number 1. Josie Chambers on the low side, and it looked like getting turned a little bit sideways at the top of the hill with Sawyer Roussel, and a big gap now for the top 3, and then the rest of the field. Roussel hangs on to it, holds into 4th, and a great start for Reagan Seville from 3rd to 2nd. On the bumper, he's going to be ready to challenge Josie Chambers if he wants to down at the end of the back straightaway, but he'll push him all the way to turn 6.
Yeah, this has worked out absolutely beautifully for your front two. They had the opportunity to work together, but already you can see Derek Wargo working himself back into 3rd. It's been a great weekend for Wargo, your pole sitter. He's been able to finish pretty well in all 3 of the heats, has got himself a front row ticket, and now as he comes to the lap number 1 with Sawyer Roussel in tow, he's going to look down the front straightaway as you can see for the race lead. Here goes Reagan Seville back to the front.
Nicely done, Reagan Seville. Didn't take long for the number 1 plate holder, the reigning champ, to get to the lead here under the lights in the main event for 206 Junior. Still a lot of cars lined up with him, though. At least 4 in that pack, and it could go a little further back. No one's really made any big mistakes on the opening lap. Good start for Ava Blem on the Kart Republic. She's up 2 already into 5th.
Yeah, this has been the best start of the weekend so far for Ava Blem. She's inside the top 5, and not only that, as I say that, she dropped a wheel out and has to go defensive. As you can see around the outside, there goes Shelby Ramirez. But as I was saying that, she had already got himself up into the lead pack, which now only consists of 4 karts, led by Reagan Seville, and all the way back to Sawyer Roussel.
Through turn 1, 2nd and 3rd, lined up, but they've lost a little bit of ground to the race leader, Reagan Seville. 2 to 3 car lengths out in front out of the hairpin.
Yeah, and you can see kind of Josie Chambers backing up the pack just a little bit, struggling early on in the race. We've seen that a little bit more tonight where certain karts are struggling to get their tires up to temperature, maybe a product of having more wear on them, more heat cycles, maybe a product of just the temperatures being a little bit cooler and the track being a little bit less grippy. But whatever the case may be, you're seeing a little bit more variance in the front few.
Yeah, just a bit, at least in the first couple laps. By the time we get to the mid-range, I think that's where we're definitely seeing it stabilize. Although that time, great run for Josie Chambers to pull back up to Seville, and the fast lap on her goes all the way down to 5th on the leaderboard. Shelby Ramirez with a good hot lap that time by, and the comp car driver trying to close on up. We've seen her make some aggressive moves. Remember that 3-wide move to the inside back in heat number 3. She's not afraid to send it, and she's on the cusp of getting back to that lead pack.
Yeah, and you can see her hopping the curves, getting quite a bit of time in that chicane. She's catching up to the back of Sawyer Roussel, who's kind of lost that lead group and already struggling a little bit for pace. It's interesting because we saw this as well in Heat 3. In Heats 1 and 2, he was really quick, but now struggling just a little bit. You can see Reagan Seville's backed up this top 3 a little bit back towards 4th and 5th, but right now Roussel just trying to hang on to the draft as he goes into turn number 1.
Yeah, over to turn number 2, and on out of it over to turn number 3. Still single file. Derek Wargo was the fastest qualifier in time qualifying on a Saturday afternoon, but since then it's just been up and down, I would say, through the heats. He's been a factor in some, not a factor in all, but he's in a great spot here for this final. Down the inside, trying to follow Josie Chambers. It won't work there. He stays 3rd, Chambers 2nd. Reagan Seville holds the lead.
Yeah, and you can see their Chambers turned in a little bit early trying to get the crossover almost tagged the back end of Reagan Seville. And now 5 karts right in line down the front straightaway. You can see Seville's going to go defensive. Not defensive enough, though, as Chambers tries the inside, does not have the right angle, and they're all going to stack up behind them.
Yeah, through turn number 3, side by side, Josie Chambers as well as Derek Wargo, and there's a nice pass by Sawyer Roussel. He gets through to 3rd.
Yeah, now Roussel gets to 3rd. 4th is Wargo, and now 5th is Shelby Ramirez. How about Jensen Harrell and Ava Blem coming from 6th and 7th, trying to do their best to get back up into this group here. You can see there's Harrell. Again, he was in the contention for the race win in heat number 3, but in the final he got shuffled back from the 6th starting spot, now making it back, and he's almost back to this lead group.
Almost there, but he needs a lot of battling to make it possible. Look at this side-by-side action. Down the inside, Derek Wargo retakes 3rd, gets back around Sawyer Roussel, and now tries to close the gap up that it just opened to Josie Chambers, which he'll do so through turn number 3. A little bit of side-by-side action back what looked to be for 5th and 6th. Shelby Ramirez and Jensen Harrell into the chicane. That was going to get tight, and Ramirez just backed out of it in time. And now she'll lose another spot, unfortunately, in the process. Here comes Ava Blem down the inside.
Yeah, there goes Jensen Harrell in that last chicane, and now Ava Blem follows through. Ramirez got put in a difficult dilemma there. Do you try to risk it, go side by side, you maybe get the spot, or you might crash, or you give up that spot now knowing that it's a long race? She chose the latter. It lost a lot of momentum for her as Harrell put her in a difficult situation, but it might be the right move coming later on if these guys continue to battle.
I would agree. I think that's definitely a smart move from Shelby Ramirez there to know when to be aggressive and when to give, and she gave that time, and it saved her race, kept her from ramping the curb or going off the racetrack. Like you said, she's pretty far back now, a couple seconds away, but 3 seconds is not too much here in 206 Junior. If they block for about 2 laps, they can give up at least a second a lap. And there you see the leaders were just starting to battle up the road here for the 3rd and 4th spots. Chambers and Wargo, they both got around the race leader of Reagan Seville. So Josie Chambers in the 345 showing the way through turn 1.
Yeah, Chambers led Wargo through. Now, though, you have Seville as well as Sawyer Roussel trying to hook up together. Not the regional number 1 and number 2 plate. You're defending 2 champions from last season. We're trying their best to work together. And as they come up through the chicane now, Wargo right in line with Sawyer Chambers. They're going to keep working as you see a yellow flag in the back section there. But it looks like those 4 as well as Jensen Harrell working their way up there. As you can see, last lap around, Harrell was 2/10 clear of your 2 race leaders. This time around looks even better than that, and he's right in line now. So there's a 5-kart train as we come down the front straightaway.
Yeah, all single file, trailing Josie Chambers over to turn number 1. Half a car length back to find Derek Wargo. Reagan Seville still close as they go over to turn number 2. And we'll see if he makes a quick move back. He hasn't had a counter move for that stuff yet, but also, again, there's so much time. They can wait so long here in these 206 Junior, in the main events in general, to go back around, because they can sit in the draft for a couple laps and just kind of ride, learn a little bit, see if there's any way they can be faster. For Derek Wargo going to the lead, again, Josie Chambers could answer back instantly, or he could wait a couple laps and he'll still have 8 or 10 more times around to get back by him.
Yeah, this is the closest thing the sport of karting has to a super speedway race. I mean, there is no way, really, unless you have a monster engine or a really, really good driver, there's no real way to pull away. And especially around this track where you have a long straightaway, these 206 races inevitably turn into a drafting fest. And it's just about timing out your track position, trying to find those little areas that you're a little bit better than your competition at, and just maximizing them as much as you can.
Through the chicane we go, down the backstretch. Derek Wargo, Josie Chambers, Reagan Seville, Jensen Harrell. By minimizing the damage of just one pass, they've been able to actually really pull that pack further away from the group that runs with Shelby Ramirez, Ava Blem, and Landon Welker. Actually, I think Ramirez, something happened to her not long ago. She dropped all the way down to 12th, so I don't know what was the issue for Ramirez. She's still running, but a good ways back, so might have gotten into a mid-pack incident there in that second group. The lead group, by staying single file, they've dropped it down to 5 cars. It is 3 seconds, 3 seconds back to Landon Welker in 6th.
Yeah, and you can see the guy on the move right now is Jensen Harrell. We just saw him get by Josie Chambers coming through turn number 3. Now we'll see if he can work with Reagan Seville up towards the back hairpin. Seville now is about 2 kart lengths to catch up to your race leader in Derek Wargo. But really, Seville has been not quite as quick, I would say, as Jensen and Harrell over the last few laps. Harrell had to dig to get up to that front four, and now that he's there, pushing Seville along. We'll see if he is content to stay behind him as they push right up to the back of Derek Wargo coming into turn number 1.
Yeah, they closed up quickly here. Reagan Seville still has a good amount of time on his side, 6 minutes on the timer, but that's not enough for him to stay in line. He goes to the lead. Harrell the second. Chambers even had a thought about going through for third, but smartly decided on by Josie Chambers to pull out of that move and stay back in line.
Yeah, one thing I'm watching is Sawyer Russell really seems to be struggling to have the pace to keep up with these guys, and it really seems dependent on who's leading the train. One of the quicker guys like Derek Wargo, it seems like he's struggling to match that pace at the front, and the more these other 4 guys who are clearly capable of running whatever pace they need to are able to hook up and run the faster pace, the more it's going to be difficult for Russell to keep up with them.
Into turn number 2 once again. That time, speaking of difficult to keep up, I mean, it looked like Josie Chambers lost a little bit of ground to the 3, so maybe Reagan Seville is the best leader we've seen, or at least at this point in the race he becomes the best, because Sawyer Russell, even more than Josie Chambers, is on the verge of losing touch with the leaders. He set his personal best that time. It was a tenth slower than the race leaders. If they stay tucked in line, we may see this drop down to 4 and maybe even down to 3.
Yeah, this looks like the best pace that Russell can keep up with, and it's just simply not enough. Chambers doing everything he can to dig, but right now I think the top 3 are all in agreement that the best way to get away is just simply to stay in line and continue pushing. And Harrell, these last couple laps, has seen the pace that Seville is doing, and he seems content to just stay there in second.
Well, not only can they feel or see if Seville's hitting all his marks and feel that they're going fast, but they've got those micron data gauges on the inside of the steering wheel, and that gives them lap time updates as well as RPM, and in the water-cooled classes some extra temperatures as well. So they're able to see that they last time by just hit a 42.8, whereas the laps prior they were in the low 43s. To be at a 42.8 second margin, that's as fast as any of them gone all race. They're like, yeah, we're moving pretty good right now. We're at a better pace than we've run with anyone else in the lead, so no need to try and go by Reagan Seville. And especially if you're Jensen Harrell, if you're all over him through the whole lap, you're not worried about him driving away.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, is, I mean, you can have so many different things you can look at with that micron, and like a lot of these guys will have the predictive feature, and so if they can tell certain areas of the track where they're losing where Seville is leading, then they might be able to kind of distinguish whether or not it's a genuine pace that he's running or if they're simply pulling away because they're pushing. And in this case, I mean, you can tell, like, Seville is able to pull so much through those first 3 corners, and Harrell is able to go with them. So those two seem to have the strongest karts, and they're really starting to drop the other 3 drivers that at one point were in this pack. Now, Wargo still is barely able to hang on, but both Chambers and Russell do not seem to have the pace to keep up with the front 2, and it really starts in these first 3 corners.
Well, all the credit in the world to Reagan Seville for being as fast as he is here this weekend in what has been just a roller coaster run for the number 1 plate holder. But through it all, he's been fast in every session. That's been undeniable. It's just been a lot of different kinds of results and means of how to get there. As they head down the back straightaway once again, 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Look at the margin opening up for Jensen Harrell back to Wargo. It's 3 to 4 car lengths. I think Josie Chambers is more than 7 or 8 tenths back, so he's out of the tow. The same for Sawyer Russell. This might even be a 2-horse race here in a couple laps.
Yeah, lap by lap, we're starting to see one kart at a time losing the train. I think Seville and Harrell are so evenly matched that it's going to be hard for one of them to pull away. But outside of that, Wargo, Chambers, and Russell all struggling to keep the pace of the front 2. And in particular now, we're seeing Wargo, as soon as he started to lose that tone, now suddenly he's dropped about a tenth of a second a lap, which is all he needed to start losing that draft.
Down the backstretch, Jensen Harrell, another look back over the shoulder. He sees they're continuing to make progress, and so by him checking the gap and seeing the fluorescent comp cart of Derek Wargo fall further and further back, you know he's going to keep on pushing Reagan Seville, because what they're doing is working. Jensen Harrell following the number 1 plate around the racetrack, opening that margin. It is now 7 tenths back to Derek Wargo's Drive Your Line Race Team comp cart.
Yeah, and normally you would teach drivers and coach them out of looking back, but I think Briggs might be the one exception where you really want to keep track of these gaps when you're running in second or third, because that will tell you a lot. If those guys behind you are falling off of the cliff and they're not able to keep up with you, it's perfectly fine to keep pushing the guy in front. But understanding that and being able to kind of do that like Harrell is doing now is really good racecraft. And if you're Seville, you're just focused on the line ahead of you. You know the guy's behind you. He's not going to suddenly just fall off a cliff. But if you're Harrell, keeping track of that gap allows you to kind of understand, hey, do I need to push this guy or is it time to go?
Right, and in the, you know, as long as you're not getting mentally rattled based on what you see when you turn around, it's perfectly fine to kind of keep checking that and adding that to the lap routine. And like you said, he's not the one that has to worry about being perfect because the draft can make up for a mistake he's got. It's Reagan Seville that's got to know exactly where to brake, where to position his go-kart and be perfect. If, you know, Jensen Harrell's driving at 80% capacity and just kind of staying in the wake and pushing him here and there, that's okay. Reagan will do the heavy lifting out front and Jensen will manage the gap out back. But the timer is coming to a close. We have got 30 seconds left. That's essentially 3 to go if we stay on track with it. So the final bit, and that's really the last little kind of marker the drivers get. They don't know that timer or how many laps they're going to run in a race. They can calculate it ahead of time. If they don't get any false starts, the Micron will give them a good gauge of where they're at in the session. But it's always something that comes through everyone's heads when that 2 to go signal goes up.
Yeah, certainly. And it's one of those things where if you were really trying to be attentive, you can maybe notice the flagman trying to get the flag set up and maybe use that as a reference, because once you get down to 2 to go, you know Seville's going to block. Like, it's inherently obvious. So if you're Jensen Harrell, you might try to just make a surprise attack. At this point, though, it's too late. He's going to get the 2 to go, and we're going to have to see if Harrell can find a way by with Seville going defensive.
And he's got to be careful how much Reagan Seville blocks could bring Derek Wargo back in the mix. That was a very mild defensive move into 1. And turn 2 again, not opening up the door, but not closing it fully either. Same through 3. Nice and easy here in this 2-way fight for the lead and the win. Over to 4 and 5. Jensen Harrell in the red, black, and white Charles Leclerc car, or Robert Kubica kart behind him. And then you've got, of course, Reagan Seville on that Trackside Karting Services GFC headed into turns 7 and 8.
Yeah, credit to Harrell. He is still pushing. I think he knows that he has the kart to get by if he gets any sort of opportunity. And so for him, he's trying to just make it a 2-horse race. He knows Seville is not quite as strong as him in his mind. As they go into the last lap, you can see Seville going really defensive. Now Harrell going to spring an attack to the inside, move Jensen Harrell to the race lead into turn number 2.
Timed it perfectly, and Seville did not expect it, and he went way wide. Jensen Harrell, wow, what a gap already on this final lap. This will be huge. Talk about an upset. Just pushed him all the way forward, passes him on the final lap, and gets a huge gap out of it as Seville made the mistake. He's trying hard to dig and get back to him, but he's going to run out of time. This was about as perfectly played as you could do it. Jensen Harrell, welcome to Victory Lane here in Denton. He wins the Texas Sprint Racing Series Round 2 in 206 Junior.
Wow, that was incredibly well played by Jensen Harrell. He waited so long to make that move, but then struck right at the right moment. In defense of Reagan Seville, I don't think you would have expected that you would have pushed him all the way through turn 1 and then gone for it in 2. But as it was, you have to wonder if Seville could have gone a little bit more defensive there. But regardless, a great effort from Jensen Harrell and from Reagan Seville to pull away, and Harrell gets the elusive victory here in Briggs 206 Junior.
Yeah, just wild to see him get tripped up the way that he did in the pass alone. I mean, he lost 5 spots going so wide. I don't know if he caught the marbles or was just really surprised by the entire deal. Either way, we've got one class left to run. It's the big one. Exertech KA Senior is on deck, and we'll be right back with the headline division to close out the Texas Sprint Racing Series Spring Roundup. Well, here we go for Exertech KA 100 Senior. The build-up all weekend has led to this, the last main event of the spring roundup at North Texas Kartway, under the dark North Texas sky and the lights here at one of the most historic racetracks in the entire country. We've got a battle on our hands, setting the stage for it all. Peyton Phillips will line up on the pole alongside Alex Stanfield. The two of them have duked it out in every single heat race today. They'll line up just ahead of Adrian Cruz, who qualified on the pole yesterday, but for whatever reason struggled a bit in the third heat here earlier today. Hopefully he can sort that out in the Cruz Racing Development OTK and get back to where he was in the first heat and second one, where he was right there with Phillips and Stanfield all the way through. Tyler Stevens in that high five performance. Tony Kart's been pretty strong. He could be a sleeper pick here for the main event win here tonight. And then you go back to the top 10, a few more drivers that have been carving their way forward in the heat races, like Ian Howell here rolls off in 5th, JD Lamping 6th. We've covered a lot of Aiden Rudolph's runs after a dismal qualifying effort for the driver that was up front all of round number 1. In 10th, he rolls off 7th. A much safer place to start is that inside lane. And then it's Ruben Asensio, a good qualifying effort and some solid heats. Have him 8th, Sebastian Trejo 9th, Joey Friend rolls off in 10th. It's 28 total drivers. The fences are lined, the stands are full. It's the headline class, the big show, the final run of the night here at North Texas Kartway. And you've got your 2021 and 2022 series champions on the front row with Phillips and Stanfield. They're on the power, looking for the green flag, down to 1, and we got it. Stanfield trying to close him off into the first corner. He can't do it, and Peyton Phillips leads to turn number 2.
Strong move there by Peyton Phillips to hold the inside. He's got it as we see more contact back in the field. That's Aiden Rudolph. Aiden Rudolph is around in turn number 2, and it looks like he's going to lose a lot of time. He's already back up and going, but that is going to put him well back towards the back of the field. And you can see at the front, though, a big gap forming between Peyton Phillips, Alex Stanfield, and the rest of your KA Senior category.
That was the other driver involved, Kingston Himes, unfortunately, in the 909, got spun around. He rolled off in the 11th spot and falls all the way to the rear. Had been climbing forward after a not-so-great qualifying effort. Tight pass here for the lead, but Stanfield makes it work. New leader, the number 1 plate, goes to the front as Peyton Phillips slots into second. And credit to Aiden Rudolph. Somehow he got turned sideways in front of the field and only fell back 1 or 2 spots. He's 8th at the end of the opening lap.
Yeah, only lost 1 spot. It did kind of spread out the rest of the field, though. You can already see the top 3 or 4 have gotten away a good bit from the rest of the field. But a fantastic save there by Aiden Rudolph. But Alex Stanfield and now Adrian Cruz, both of them on the move compared to Peyton Phillips. We saw this in each of the last 2 heats where he was able to kind of ease his way into the race, and Phillips now again struggling in the early parts of the race.
So single file up front. Let's take some updates and run you through the rest of the top 10 while we can. It's Stanfield, Phillips, and Adrian Cruz. That's your top 3. You go back from them a little bit, and we've got JD Lamping there in the high five performance. Tony Kart watching his teammate up the road. He's by himself, couple car lengths back from JD to P5. You got Ian Howell, another high five teammate, and then it's Tyler Stevens as well. So, problems. That is, wow, big problems for Adrian Cruz and for Ian Howell. They both go wide. As we were going back, I don't know what just happened for the drivers that were 3rd and 4th. It was Phillips. Something happened to Peyton Phillips on the backside of the racetrack. Peyton Phillips broke over in turn number 6, and Alex Stanfield gets handed the lead. They must have either come together or something. Where did Peyton Phillips fall down to? He crossed the line down in 19th.
Not sure what happened there with Phillips, but that is really handed this lead to Alex Stanfield, who now has a 1.8 second lead. How about Ian Howell up to 2nd, the highest he's been all weekend long, and Aiden Rudolph 90 degrees sideways in turn 1. Now he's up into 3rd, and this is a big group that are going to have to work together to try to chase down your reigning series champion in Alex Stanfield.
Well, I mean, for a kid that's grown up at this racetrack, it'll be hard to get some faster laps out of anyone else but Alex Stanfield. Adrian Cruz might be the best shot at it. And for anyone that says we don't show the back of the field enough, that's why we don't always go back. You never know in a sprint kart race when it explodes for the lead. And it exploded there on lap number 4. Unfortunately for Peyton Phillips. We'll update you on his progress as he tries to go back forward. Here's a nice pass for fourth. Cruz down the inside and clear on Tyler Stevens.
Yeah, you can see Adrian Cruz, he was kind of caught up in all of that. I think he probably got caught behind whatever happened to Phillips, and as a result, he dropped back into the second group, and now you can see Ian Howell on the defensive. There goes Aiden Rudolph trying to go around the outside. He's going to cross over. Smart move there by Aiden Rudolph, but he clipped the curb on the entry, and that's going to just keep him from getting that spot.
Over to turn at number 3. Rudolph to the inside and clear. Cruz will go with him as well. Side by side of the chicane. Big airtime for Adrian Cruz. He gets through, and he got a momentum run. Here he goes on the inside of Aiden Rudolph, and he's clear.
Yeah, and you can see there Howell tried to follow through, did not quite have the momentum. Rudolph going to look to the inside, does not find the time to do it, and now you can see Cruz and Rudolph in the clear. You can see Rudolph actually motioning to Cruz as he looks back to keep going forward. And you can see now those two going to try to pull away from this group of Ian Howell, J.D. Lamping, and more.
Unfortunately, all that battling has just allowed Alex Stanfield to run away. 3.8 seconds. The leader is gone. Alex Stanfield with a big-time margin over the rest of the pack as they head down the backstretch.
Yeah, and unfortunately, his main counterparts, we see J.D. Lamping getting run to the grass here by by Ian Howell.
That's teammates.
Yeah, that was getting up there and getting chippy there between the two of them. But as they come around the final chicane, an update on Peyton Phillips. He has dropped down to the 15th spot. He went purple the last time around, actually. So Phillips, clearly, whatever happened, he still has a lot of pace in that kart, really digging. You see him right at the end of that train catching up to Matthew Cherry and Drew Chappell, but he's going to have to try to find even more pace. But right now, he is absolutely flying a 37.7. That's half a second clear of what Alex Stanfield's doing up at the front.
That's heartbreaking for Peyton Phillips to be so fast. I mean, like you said, half a second better than the leader. He definitely would have had something for him. The high-five performance Tony Kart driver to the inside of his teammate there. That's Matthew Cherry. He gets through and tells him, all right, we'll keep going forward. Drew Chappell is next on the list. Aboard the Kart Republic, he wants 13th as Chappell has a little gap in front, and we've got yellow flags. Someone off the hill in turn number 1 or turn number 2. I think turn 1 we had a driver go up and over. That was Jake Faulkner in the comp cart. He was running just inside the top 10 in 7th, and Jake Faulkner way up and over the hill there, and he'll drop all the way to the rear.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge. But one thing on the point of Peyton Phillips, you can see this big group from Adrian Cruz on back. They are not really separated too far from each other, and if they keep battling, it will give opportunities for Phillips to come back later on in the race. The race win against Alex Stanfield certainly out of the question, but Phillips could still get a solid result out of this, which will be very important for his points battle.
This is something that we've definitely seen in this division before, where unfortunately there's just a bit too much fighting for second. Oh, Faulkner got back going right in front of the leader. Alex Stanfield, frustrated, saying, dude, you just held me up, man. I'm trying to win this race. Luckily, he's still got a pretty big gap, but for the Team GWR Tony Kart driver, it's the entire length of that back chute from turn 6 to turn 7 still to Adrian Cruz.
First world problems for Alex Stanfield there. It's like I got held up half a second, and you look back, and there's still an eternity between you and the second place kart. So everything going right here for Stanfield. But this whole pack behind him, Adrian Cruz and Aiden Rudolph, have worked to get a bit of a gap back to Ian Howell. Maybe not quite as much as they were hoping for, but they are running a pretty solid pace, faster than anyone other than Peyton Phillips on the racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, this would need to be the drive of Adrian Cruz's life to be able to run down Alex Stanfield from 3+ seconds back. There's still a lot of laps left in this one and a lot of time. We're not yet at the halfway marker, but it's a long, long road to get there. And Stanfield was making some pretty quick times before. 37.89 for Stanfield there. 37.92 for Cruz. He can only match him. 3.5 seconds, the gap remains.
Oh my God, Peyton Phillips just a 37.2 from 11th place. That high-five performance, OTK is absolutely flying right now. He just picked off 6/10 from pretty much everyone else in the field, and you can see Phillips is already caught up to the back of, I believe that might be Sebastian Trejo in the 9th spot there that he's going by. So move another one up for Phillips. He is on the move, and he'll probably catch at this rate the group between Cruz and Rudolph. So an outstanding pace from Peyton Phillips. It's a shame that he's not going to have a chance to fight for the win.
Yeah, Phillips still digging forward here. This is the drive that kind of salvages championships, Emery. It's not about your good days. It's about your bad days to run all the way back up there. So for Adrian Cruz and Aiden Rudolph. They were hoping that once he was out, probably that he would not come back into frame, but I think Peyton Phillips definitely will. He's got a couple more karts till he gets another one. As they go down the backstretch, you can see the entire line from Adrian Cruz back to Rudolph, Howell, Lamping, Joey Friend up 4, Tyler Stevens, and then Ruben Ascencio.
To put things in perspective, Phillips has run pretty much 5 laps now that would be purple compared to the rest of the field. And if you look at it, you can see him visually closing the gap to the rest of that train. And the thing is, well, it'd be nice to get the race win. Alex Stanfield is not his contender in the championship. He's trying to go after Adrian Cruz and Aiden Rudolph. So for Phillips, getting up to second here would still be a massive result. And right now he's pulling 4 to 5 tenths a lap on that group.
I mean, he is just a rocket ship right now. It's incredible what we're seeing out of Peyton Phillips. That time was still fastest on the track by 2 tenths, 4 tenths better than the race leader. This will be hairy to get through, but, I mean, you could see Peyton Phillips probably drive at least all the way up to Aiden Rudolph and Adrian Cruz. He is unbelievably quick right now down to turn number 1.
Yeah, 37-4 that time through. Again, the rest of that group continuing to fight. That's going to bring him right back to the draft. The only thing is it will kind of get Cruz and Rudolph a little ways out there, but still, he has got so much pace aboard that High Five Performance OTK. And you can see there's Cruz and Rudolph, second and third. We'll see the gap now back to fourth on back here. As you can see, there's Cruz, there's Rudolph as they come through that back hairpin. We're still waiting. There's Ian Howell, J.D. Lamping, and the rest of that group coming around. So a couple of seconds now is built up between the second and third place men and the rest of that group as there goes Peyton Phillips already up into the 8th spot.
This is wild here. This is teammates already getting into each other in turns 1 and 2. This could get a little bit dicey. The High Five Performance team probably puckering as they've got so many guys all around each other, and then their championship contender and Peyton Phillips trying to find a way past everyone. He gets through. Tyler Stevens cuts him a big break there in that chicane. And now Phillips trying to go on Joey Friend, who throws a big block down there. Phillips goes around the outside, says, "You won't let me through that way. I will find a way around. You're not going to stop me." And look at this here. J.D. Lamping, Ian Howell, they have really brought out the boxing gloves for the edge of the top 5.
Yeah, this is 2 teammates going absolutely at it right now. No holds barred. Lamping's going to try to send it on Howell again. Nothing doing there. Now that's going to open things up for Friend down the inside. Friend going to get some help from Phillips. They're 3 wide on the exit. This is going to get crazy here into turn 3. Phillips going to go around the outside to everyone.
Man.
Peyton Phillips all the way up to 4th. What a move.
He is not going to be denied. No problem. Peyton Phillips sends it on the high side. And 4th for Peyton Phillips with more to go. He's still got 3 to 4 seconds because these guys have battled so much before he can get to Adrian Cruz and Aiden Rudolph. This has been an incredible recovery drive from Peyton Phillips, and he wants more.
He just cleared that entire pack fighting each other and still did a 38.3 that last lap through. I think if he can get a few solid laps in a row to get down towards what Rudolph and Cruz are doing, he might have a shot. He's got almost 5 seconds, though, to catch up to them. So it is going to take a miracle here for Peyton Phillips to get on the podium, but stranger things have happened. And as we saw from that last group, once you start fighting on this track, you lose a ton of time.
Out of the turn 6 complex, there is a look at the fastest man on the circuit right now, Peyton Phillips. Let's see what he can do now with a lap of clear racetrack. No tow time. Looks back to see the gap. It is a 37.60. That is 2 tenths better than Alex Stanfield and half a second better than about everybody else. It was half a second. It was actually a full second faster than Adrian Cruz last time by, who has surrendered second, by the way. Aiden Rudolph got by Adrian Cruz last time around, so we've got a change in that duo up towards the front.
Yeah, Rudolph again probably saw that Cruz had maybe started to fall off a little bit, you can see, but still, I mean, these guys are trying their best to run a quick pace. They've done everything they can, but that gap to Stanfield is not going down. After those first couple of laps, there was nothing that they could do, and that last time through a 38.0, 37.9. How about a 37.5 for Peyton Phillips? Another half a second. If they don't battle, he probably won't get there, but in terms of getting up to them with any sort of battling, all it will take is 1 or 2 pass attempts in sketchy areas and a little bit of defending, and Peyton Phillips will be right there.
Yeah, he just needs them to fight a little bit. I don't think you'll see a lot of that, though. I mean, both of these two drivers now multiple years in the senior ranks, they know what to expect from each other and what to do to win or at least win a battle in a position fight when it's just the two of them and it doesn't need to be one before that 2 to go signal whatsoever. If Adrian Cruz can hang on to Aiden Rudolph, They're not going to catch Alex Stanfield. They might get caught by Peyton Phillips here, who goes to a 37.4. That was 0.6 better than them.
I got to say, this is one of the craziest drives I've seen. I mean, Peyton Phillips around the 38-second racetrack is pulling 4 to 0.6 a lap over two guys that know this track well. And in Adrian Cruz's case, sat on pole earlier in the week. And they're helping each other. And Phillips, all by himself, is just driving them down. And like in KA, that is so difficult to do when you have two cars pushing together. To go half a second clear of them is just insane. And Phillips continuing to set the benchmark. We'll see what he does this time through. Only a 37.5, still half a second quicker than second and third.
Yeah, still wicked fast, and he's going to have just enough time, it looks like, to get there. Probably about 5 laps to go, and we've got about 5 laps at the rate he's going that it will take for him to catch up to second and third. It's such a good recovery drive. I know he's going to be so frustrated if he gets up to second because it's going to be so bittersweet, Emery, to know that, yes, he did recover. He drove his tail off, and he got himself all the way back up to the top. But at the same time, when you're that fast, when you're half a second fast in the field, you want to win.
Yeah, and I think at this point you could see second and third are starting to realize that Phillips is catching them. I saw Aiden Rudolph look back and give a little bit of a hand signal, like a what for gesture, to Adrian Cruz. So they know that at this point in time, Peyton Phillips is coming. They might not know exactly who it is, but you could probably guess based off of the color of his bright helmet and suit and the fact that he's been one of the quickest karts all weekend. And Cruz has decided he has no more time to wait, and Rudolph is just going to give him the spot and see if with Cruz in front they can't push away a little bit more.
And I don't want to say anything officially here. We'll wait and see if that checkered and black flag comes out because we have no idea what in the world happened in the back hairpin. I have to, again, we started to look back to show some more drivers further away, and that's when the whole incident went down. So if there's a penalty, let's say, heaven forbid, it's on Alex Stanfield, but we're watching between Aiden Rudolph and Adrian Cruz and Peyton Phillips, that could be the promoted fight for the win if a penalty goes through. If it did, who knows what happened back there? We didn't get to see it on our stream.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see exactly what happened, but all we can know is that Peyton Phillips is on a mission right now. Whatever the case may be, he's obviously driven like a madman, and he's got himself to almost within drafting range as they come down to 2 to go. This is going to be the fight for second position on track. It's going to be Adrian Cruz, Aiden Rudolph, and here comes Peyton Phillips.
He's made it look like a video game with the computer AI controlled cars on easy mode. Peyton Phillips has carved through this entire pack. Rudolph going to go to the inside of Cruz. Phillips now, unfortunately, his speed won't help him all that much. He's got to be perfect in how he positions himself to get onto the podium. Cruz sees him there, follows Rudolph to the low side into the hairpin. Phillips goes high, crosses over, coming out. That'll pressure Cruz side by side into 7 and 8. White flag in the air this time for Alex Stanfield. He's about 4 seconds up the road from these guys. Down the front straightaway. 1 lap to go in the fight for second, third, and fourth.
Yeah, and you can see Rudolph goes defensive into turn 1. Cruz going to try to cross him over. Now Phillips going to go to the outside. He's going to try to send it around the outside. Adrian Cruz, they make contact. Cruz sort of forces him wide, and Rudolph goes defensive into turn number 3. Now the battle looks to be more so for the final podium spot as Cruz lost just a little bit of time coming through the chicane.
Yeah, he bottled that one, got up onto the inside curb, and now down the backstretch. Final time, Rudolph gets a bumper from